Mr. Speaker, I'm making reference to page 6, number 4. My name has been included in the absent list without permission. Mr. Speaker, I asked permission to travel to Abuja, and I officially sent my request to the whip's office as required. So I'm surprised my name has been captured as absent without permission. Well, I actually asked permission. And I'm sure it will happen yesterday too, because I was not here, but I asked permission from Monday till today, Mr. Speaker.
But leave of absence is supposed to be approved. So if you send leave of absence to the whips and same has not been transmitted for approval, probably the case may be that they have not, having regard to numbers, they don't want you to travel. So the table office must find out whether your leave of absence has actually been approved and transmitted, based on which we'll be able to determine whether the record, the vote and proceedings captured it well or it did not capture it well. But that is the procedure. You have to follow up and ensure that your leave of absence is approved before you can travel. And since the second deputy speaker is not around, I have been approving the leave of absence. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. And 30. 31. Honourable members, the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 17th March 2026, as corrected, is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, may we write the order and take motion number 31 so we can get the report of the committee presented and adopted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, available leader.
Speaker, we are not opposed.
You said motion number 21.
Speaker,
31.
respectfully, 3-1.
Very well.
And then 3-6, just for notice.
With my order paper.
Respectfully, motion number 31 is captured on page 25 of the order paper. That's what I'm proposing that we take first. Thank you.
Motion numbered 31. Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to humbly request that motion number 31 on today's order paper be read a second time. The Ghana Deposit Protection Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a second time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move. I would call on the chairman of the committee to present the committee's report.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, I call on the answer department to capture the entire report as having been read, whilst I tease out few important issues for the understanding of members. I refer members to page 2 of the report, item 4.2. After the operationalization of Act 931 and upon various consultations with the stakeholders, it has become necessary to amend the Act again for the following reasons: to augment the relevance of the deposit protection scheme to Ghana's financial safety net by enhancing the mandates and functions of the corporation. 2, to ensure that the Ghana Deposit Protection Scheme conforms with international best practices. 3, to provide for emergency funding and fiscal backstop for the corporation. IV, to specifically provide for the coverage of electronic money and address certain deficiencies identified after years of operationalization. And the last one, to give the corporation the authority to issue rules, directives, guidelines, notices, and circulars. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee has extensively deliberated on the policy objective of the bill and is of the view that its passage would go a long way to improve Ghana's financial stability, protect depositors, and support the development of a safe, sound, efficient, and stable market-based financial sector. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved. The report of the committee is presented. It is now time for debate on the basis of the explanatory memorandum and the report of the committee under Order 127. So the floor is now open.
Speaker, I think that it would be prudent to have hard copies for members. I am trying to peruse, and it's even difficult reading from the console because I see that, but we do not have copies. And I don't know if the debate can be deferred a bit, and then we can do any other business and come back when same is shared, because that's my humble prayer.
Yes, Majority Leader, this is the prayer from the minority. Though the reports will be on the console, let's just make provision for few copies. Honourable members, as you go through the reports, indulge me to acknowledge the presence of students from St. Anne Anglican School, led by Mahama Ralph, a teacher from Okaikwe Central Constituency, numbering 40. We also have Central Tong Adolescent Health Club, led by Patience Kudu, a nurse from Central Tong constituency, they numbered 66. You also have Riches of Glory Academy, led by Alphonse Dumada, supervisor, and they are from Ablekuma West. They numbered 75. We have Divisional Chief of Mamfi Traditional Area and Chief of Adidome, Togbi Kwasini Ajiman, the 5th in the house. We have Tubli-Copper MA Basic School, led by Kafi Awudi Labi, head teacher. They are from Ketu South constituency. They numbered 74. Honourable members, on your behalf, I welcome them to Parliament of Ghana. May you have a fruitful visit. Thank you for coming. Honourable members, can we proceed with the debate? Yes?
Speaker, may we take 1-1 and add leadership?
The proposal is to take 1-1 and probably add leadership. Yes. Yes, Honorable Erikafu.
Sir Speaker, let me thank you so much for the opportunity to make a contribution to the report of the Joint Committee, or this is the Finance Committee. Sir Speaker, Ghana Deposit Protection Act 2016, Act 931 has gone through a lot of transitions after its passage in 2016. Sir Speaker, it was amended in 2018 and was reintroduced in this House to be amended in 2024 and has been brought to Parliament again for this amendment to be done. Mr. Speaker, these amendments seek to enhance deposit protection, strengthen financial stability, and align the scheme to the international best practices. Mr. Speaker, these amendments, when properly implemented or done, one, will avoid the reoccurrence of using the state resources for financial sector cleanups, which cost the government about 30.3 billion Ghana cedis, but yet not solved or resolved, still needs an amount of 10.3 billion Ghana cedis to complete this cleanup exercise. Right, Honorable Speaker, the bill has introduced 24 amendments. That includes Ghana Deposit Protection Corporation to support the resolution options, such as purchase and assumptions, break banks and restructuring. 2, introduction of emergency funding and fiscal backstop from Bank of Ghana and the government. Mr. Speaker, the introduction of coverage of electric money, that's e-money, Mr. Speaker, to provide coverage limits to the scheme. Mr. Speaker, rules and directives to the banks and the special deposit-taking institutions by the JDPC. Mr. Speaker, the amendment gives more functions to the JDPC, that is Ghana Deposit Protection Corporation. Administration enhancement, whereby tenure of GDPC board members is moved from
3 years to 4 years. Mr. Speaker, ensuring compliance by banks and special deposit-taking institutions. Mr. Speaker, the bill has also introduced reforms. First, introducing reforms to align the International Association of Deposit Insurers core principles. Mr. Speaker, one of the reforms include enhanced financial sector credibility, also reduce taxpayers' exposure, and finally, to contribute to financial inclusion and stability. Mr. Speaker, I would therefore urge the House to adopt the report and continue with this amendment to make this into law. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable members, at the conclusion, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and to briefly add that this amendment is very, very necessary. The process started in 2024, and we had to re-look at it and to make sure that it conforms to current practices. Mr. Speaker, as has been explained, following the 2017 to 2019 banking sector cleanup, the need for an enhanced deposit protection scheme for Ghana became very, very important. And we have realized that the current Ghana Deposit Protection Corporation Act focuses mainly on the corporation being a pay box. And that means it focuses mainly on reimbursing an insured depositor after the failure of a member institution. The amendment is seeking to expand the function to allow the corporation to contribute to resolution options so that it does not only wait and pay for depositors who are insured. Mr. Speaker, the amendment is also taking into cognizance the fact that e-money has become prominent in our financial system today. And so it explicitly provides for protection for balances in our wallets in case of any bank failure. And so I want to encourage all of us to support this amendment and ensure that we strengthen the Ghana Deposit Protection Corporation to broaden their mandate and to help them work effectively. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Ghana Deposit Protection Act 2016, Act 931, to enable the Ghana Deposit Protection Corporation to better achieve the object of protecting a depositor from loss of a result of the occurrence of an insured event in respect of a member of the scheme, to support the development of a safe, sound, efficient, and stable market-based financial system, to ensure that the Ghana Deposit Protection Scheme conforms to international best practices, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Ghana Deposit Protection Amendment Bill 2025 is duly read for the second time. Yes, Deputy Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, may I pray that we take motion number 36, Speaker, on the other paper, that will be page 28, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader, the application is to take motion number 36, the value for money office bill. Yes.
Speaker, with respect, we don't have, because what? This is not, please. This is the deposit. You are now bringing the
the value for money report. You are now bringing.
Honorable Minority Leader, on one breath, the House wants to go digital by asking that the report should be uploaded onto the console. Then on another breath, we want to go the normal way and take
Speaker,
a physical copy of the
Speaker,
report.
if it's been uploaded, there should be no problem.
Yes, it has.
But, Mr. Speaker, where I can't see the Minister of Finance here, this is his bill. No, Mr. Speaker, that is not how Parliament functions. Speaker, that is not how Parliament functions. The Minister must give us good reasons why he is not here. And that must be properly communicated. Mr. Speaker, the practice is not that the Deputy Minister will just, show face and then would proceed to hear him. The Minister would have to communicate to Parliament why he is unable to attend upon Parliament.
Yes, Leader, if we agree to take the business and the Minister is not here, a Deputy Minister is here, it is then that they can offer explanation as to why the Deputy Minister is here instead of the Minister.
I agree with you. I say so because, per the record, anytime we are granted this Deputy Minister the privilege, we know that same was abused by him. Yes, he's been abusing privileges. He used a dispatch board the last time to speak on matters that were not contained in his statement. And we caution him. So, Mr. Speaker, that privilege that he earned was abused by him. So, Mr. Speaker, when we see him here, we would hesitate in granting him that privilege because the dispatch box is not to be used for certain things, and he should know this.
I take it that there's no opposition to item number 36 being taken. I'll call on the Minister for Finance to take the motion.
Speaker, the Honorable Minister responsible for Finance is unavoidably absent. And so, on that basis, may I pray that his able deputy do this on his behalf, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Speaker, this is a House of Records. It is not enough for the Chief Whip to announce that the Finance Minister is unavoidably absent. If there were compelling reasons for his inability to be here, for instance, if there is any emergency cabinet meeting or whatever, it is the responsibility of the Chief Whip to communicate same to the leadership prior to the business being taken, especially when he knows that around him are a handful of his colleagues. You don't have your numbers to do government business. So in a situation like this, you judge. In an empty chamber, where is your 189? Where is your 189? Including your ministers of state. They don't even make themselves available to do their own government business. So you must discuss it with us for us to have some sort of agreement and bring proof of why he's unable to attend upon Parliament. You don't just get up and say he's unavoidably absent. We're tired of those excuses. The Minister of Finance must take Parliament serious. He was once upon a time a minority leader. So communicate that to him.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader just participated in an IMF meeting with Parliament, Mr. Speaker, which you presided. And he knows that from here, they are going to engage the finance ministry. And so the minister's absence is well grounded. Mr. Speaker, in any case, the Constitution defines a deputy minister as a minister of state, properly appointed under Article 78 or 256. So the deputies are capable of performing the functions of the substantive. That is what our Constitution says, Mr. Speaker, as ministers of state. Just so we are all guided, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, with respect, so is the chief whip making an application as of right? If he's talking about rights enshrined in the Constitution, he should say so. So quote the Constitution. Quote the Constitution. And when we finish, let us look at the Article 106.
Honorable members.
Look at 102 all through, whether you have the numbers to discharge the business you want to discharge.
With all due respect, I think this House has severally insisted that if the minister is not there, the deputy must come and transact the business. And the circumstances explained by the majority chief whip, resulting into the absence of the minister, I think it is justifiable to allow the deputy minister to move the motion instead of the minister. So I am inclined to allow the deputy minister to move the motion numbered 36.
As the Speaker pleases.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your wise ruling. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the value for money Office Bill 2026 be now read a second time. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Can't I praise the Speaker? That one too, you have a problem.
Honorable members, motion number 36 has been ably moved. I will call on the chairperson of the committee to present the committee's report.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to present your committee's report. I call on the Hazard Department to capture the entire report as having been read in its entirety, whilst I tease out two important issues. Mr. Speaker, I turn to page 5 of your committee's report. Item 7.5, power to conduct value for money assessment. The committee noted that granting statutory authority to the office to conduct value for money assessment strengthens oversight over public expenditure and promotes fiscal discipline. This power is essential to detect inefficiencies, prevent costs of overruns, and safeguard public funds. However, the committee underscores the need for clearly defined procedural safeguards, including notice requirement, scope of assessment, timelines, and reporting obligations. The committee further recommends clarity in the relationship between the office and other oversight institutions to prevent jurisdictional overlap and institutional conflict. Mr. Speaker, I turn to paragraph 9.0, conclusion. The committee, having carefully scrutinized the provisions relating to the establishment, powers, and functions of the proposed value for money office, observed that the bill provides a structural framework to strengthen fiscal discipline, promote efficiency in public expenditure, and enhance transparency in the utilization of public resources. The committee is of the view that the maintenance of assessment findings, the establishment of a digital management platform, the regulation of cost benchmarks, and the provision for interagency coordination would position the office as a central pillar within the public financial management architecture. The committee finds the passage of the bill will significantly contribute to safeguarding public funds, preventing waste, and ensuring that public projects deliver optimal value to the people. Finally, in this regard, the committee recommends to the House to adopt this report and pass the Value for Money Office Bill 2026 in accordance with Article 106 of the Constitution. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Members, motion move. Report presented. It is now for the House to debate on the basis of the explanatory memorandum and the report of the committee. The floor is now open. Yes, Honorable Buama, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the report of the Finance Committee on the Value for Money Office Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, I must state on record that yes, as a member of the Finance Committee, I participated in the report or bill that is before us. But this report before us, Mr. Speaker, has been critically opposed because of the nature that this bill is presented. Because this bill is only a duplication of the functions that the Public Procurement Authority was established to perform. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about Value for Money Office. The Value for Money Office is supposed to be an office that is going to check procurement or contracts that are supposed to be entered into by the Republic agencies, that is ministries, departments, and agencies. And those procurements that are supposed to work, we need to establish the value for money thereon. Mr. Speaker, the issues that are being presented before us in the Value for Money Audit Office, Value for Money Office, is significantly a report, is significantly a report that the Finance Committee, having reviewed, has made significant amendments or proposal to amend portions of it. And you can see that attached in the appendix of proposed amendments as seen in pages 9 and 10. So this Value for Money Office bill is being looked at holistically by this committee, where we serve as members, to make sure that at the end of the day we enrich what was presented before us as a committee, which we have made these significant proposals to amend the bill that was presented before us as a committee. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking on this Value for Money Office bill, taking into consideration the fact that, yes, together we have agreed to bring this bill subject to the proposed amendments that we have seen. And we are saying that this report, Mr. Speaker, should be looked at critically by this House and make sure that it is amended to reflect the position that the minority had indicated in the committee's report. And this is what we see reflected again, as I said, in the report as seen in pages 9 and 10. So, Mr. Speaker, it is the respectful view of the minority that, yes, we are going to support this value for money office bill, subject, Mr. Speaker, subject to all the amendments that have been proposed by the committee. So we are saying that, Mr. Speaker, this report, the conclusion of the report, and Mr. Speaker, I read that in this regard, the committee recommends to the House to adopt the report and pass the value for money of office bill in accordance with Article 106 of the 1992 Constitution. Is so described and so articulated. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, by practice, there is no way by which a bill can be taken through the consideration stage without considering the proposed amendment by the committee. So that one is mandatory. You have to take on board the proposed amendment coming from the committee. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak on the report of the committee. And I think that as Parliament, sometimes we will have to ask the difficult questions when some of these proposals are coming from government. Sincerely, in practical terms, if the minister and the deputy should have been here, but it looks like only the deputy is here, what is the sole reason why we are bringing this bill? In practical terms, the minister knows that when you are awarding a contract and it's public funds, you will have to do value for money audit when you are giving to an individual on what we call sole sourcing. When you identify an individual and you decide to give that contract to an individual because of his expertise or because of technical reasons, the people of Ghana demand through a law that you must do audit for money, so that value for money, so that audit, so that the public is aware that the contract is not inflated and that you didn't just call the person to give him and that is the exact price, because it was not subject for competition. Mr. Speaker, when you advertise a project and people come and compete, the entity tender is expected to look at it and award to the lowest bidder. There is no value for money in it. There is no value for money. Now that's why I'm asking that if you set up this office, what is it expected to do? Because you go to PPA for the Public Procurement Authority to look at it, they will do the assessments and then give you the permission to go ahead. When you advertise, people compete. The competition is supposed to drive prices down. The entity tender will look at it, and when it's past a certain threshold, you send it to the central entity, central tender board, where the Minister for Finance and his people are part of it, to also look at it and give concurrent approval. As we see today, what exactly is this office supposed to do? Because I'm told by the committee that, I'm looking at the report, that, well, there is a gap, if you go to paragraph, Mr. Speaker, paragraph 4.2. In fact, the background, if you read the entire background, it tells you why they think there's a need for it. And Mr. Speaker, we're just setting up another bureaucratic organization. Why don't we strengthen what we already have? We have all the laws. Why don't you strengthen it? The PPA law is there. The concurrent approval is there. The entity approval is there. If you don't want to do value for money, don't give sole sourcing. What we call single source. Don't give sole sourcing. Scrap it. Say that every contract must go through competitive bidding. And in competitive bidding, we all know how it's done. You don't see what I've bidded. You don't know what your opponent has come to bid. The contractor will look at it and believe that I can use 1 million cedis to do the job. Another person thinks that he can use 600,000 to do the job. The entity tender will look at it, assess, and give it to the best person. Most always, the law insists that they should give it to the lowest bidder. That's why I'm asking, what exactly are we setting this office for, this bureaucratic office again for? Because of sole sourcing? Or what is it for? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, internal audit unit has a function. Is this office going to take part of the function of the internal audit unit? What has middle button got to do with this? Mr. Speaker, the internal audit unit functions are being taken by this amorphous body that they are setting up. You will audit. There's a reason why the internal auditor is within the organization. When he does his work properly, then the external auditor will come and do the final audit. We have all the laws. We have all the safeguards. We are simply not practicing them. We are simply not strengthening them. We are going to set up another bureaucratic organization, and I can tell you that in about 2-3 years' time, this will be where there will be corruption. This will be the biggest body for corruption. Because that is where contractors will go and sort people out. That's what you want to do. That is why these are the people, everybody in Ghana will want to go and work under this office. Because they want to sort them out. That's what you want to do. Now, that's what you want to do. Because that will determine how much your contract will be. There's a good reason why most of the audits were done by outside entities. You know that. That is a good reason why most of the audits were not done by Ghanaians. They were done by outside entities. So that you and me cannot influence them. You want to go and put a group of people, and every day, Mr. Speaker, I am saying that there's a good reason why most audits around the world are done by outside entities and by recognized institutions. KPNG and several others, they do
Honorable
this.
Majority Chief Whip, you can take note. When you have the floor, you counter.
Mr. Speaker, oh please, Minority Leader, please. Yes, exactly the reason why I'm on my feet is a former leader of the House. You can make your point without suggesting that local audit firms are not giving jobs because they are compromisable. It cannot be, and they are not competent. That is what you have said. That is why jobs are given to foreign audit firms. He said, it's here external. What does external mean? What does external mean? So, Mr. Speaker, we must not allow that to stay in the record. You must withdraw.
Honorable, you have the floor. You may conclude.
Pete, it is for good reasons why value for money audit is given to external group of people. But you should have asked me to define the external. It's for good reasons. Why is that like that? Mr. Speaker, if we are not careful and we set up a body that everybody knows who the members are, everybody knows who they are, we risk a very big problem in our hands tomorrow. We want to fight corruption, but I can tell you corruption will fight us if we are not careful. I say that we should strengthen what we have because we have all the safeguards. If you want to award a contract and make sure that that contract goes through the best competitive price, all the safeguards in our laws are there already. My fear is that if we set up this body and we are not careful, corruption will begin to fight us from this body. I don't know who the members will be. I don't know the capacity of the members. I don't know how we intend to look at it, but I can tell you that corruption may end up fighting us. We have seen some of it from PPA before, and we'll continue to see some of these things. So all I can say, Mr. Speaker, is that I support when the minority take the position that the form and manner in which this bill has come, we cannot support it. We can't, except we agree on certain amendments that will take care of the very concerns that I am making today. Otherwise, I would advise the Minister for Finance to withdraw this bill and take it out completely and strengthen what we have already. Because it's all on sole sourcing, single source, that we do value for money audit. And you are going to make a bill just because of that, when you can strengthen the audit, you can strengthen the value for money agencies to do proper work for you. But that is what I'm telling you in practical terms. Mr. Speaker, I started by saying that in practical terms, the place where they do value for money audit in most cases is when you decide to give a contract on sole sourcing.
Honorable Native Wood.
Yes.
When you are on the floor speaking and you try to respond to what they are not placed on record, if you go back to listen or to read the Hansard, you feel sorry for yourself. So whilst you are on your feet speaking, address the chair. Other than that, if you go back, you look at your submissions, you say that, what was the basis of saying this? Because whatever the person said from the other side is not captured by the Hansard, but your response is only captured by the Hansard.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, my leader kept on prompting me on the same line that I should focus and just look at you. But the point I'm making, Mr. Speaker, is that the way this bill has been brought, it may be well-intentioned, but we should withdraw it. We should withdraw it and do the right thing. Go and make sure that we strengthen the current value for money audits and make sure that it works. Simply don't give contracts on sole sourcing, and there will not be a need for this. And I know that the president says that they don't want to do sole sourcing any longer, so don't give. I know they are doing it. In fact, majority of the contracts are given looks to be on sole sourcing anyway, but that's what they said publicly. But I'm saying that withdraw sole sourcing from our contracts. Let every contract be competitive bidding. And if every contract is competitive bidding, the audit itself will be taken care of by the process of the bidding. Competition itself will give you the best price. Because the law is very simple. You don't know what I have, I don't know what you have. And when the entity opens the tender on that day, they give it to the lowest bidder, as long as all of them are qualified. So you will go and see that there's a contract for 10 million Ghana cedi, and somebody is bidding for 6 million, some are bidding 9 million, some are bidding 3 million. So two things you need to do, Mr. Minister, instead of this: withdraw all sole source contracts, and then restricted tender contracts. You know what I mean by restricted tender contracts, where 3 or 4 companies are pre-selected, and then those companies alone will bid. So withdraw those two things, and you will not need this act. Withdraw restricted tender and withdraw sole sourcing. If you withdraw the two, you will not need this bill. You will not need the bill. So I say, Mr. Speaker, that we don't need this bill. We just need to make sure that we don't have sole sourcing in our, don't give contracts on sole sourcing, and don't give contracts on restricted tender. If you can do that, we don't need this. Otherwise, you are going to set up an amorphous body that will allow corruption to come and eat us one day. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Erikafu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the report of the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Netiwu was looking for the reason, the purpose of this all-important bill. Let me read it to him. The object of the bill is to establish the value for money office to regulate, monitor, coordinate, promote, and develop value for money assessments to enhance efficiency, transparency, and accountability in the management of public expenditure and procurement. That is the essence of this all-important bill. Mr. Speaker, I've been in this House from 6 parliaments, 7 parliaments, 8 parliaments, and 9th parliament. I'm a senior man in the House. Mr. Speaker, project loans have been rejected in this House because of lack for money audit documents. We have rejected project loans because they are not accompanied by value for money audit assessment. Now we have a bill. We have a bill in place. When put into law, will help us to avoid all these things. And want us to not to allow this to go through. Mr. Speaker, I don't think we are doing ourselves very well as a country. Let's go ahead, make sure that this report is adopted. The processes for the enactment of this law is done, so that we'll be free for all these things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, but we agreed on 1-1, then leadership. Maybe probably before you walk in.
Mr. Speaker, that was on the previous bill. No. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Abujinapo would want to speak, then we can come to.
So are you making a new appeal?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, this is an important bill.
Because right at the conclave,
Oh,
there was
Mr.
an
Speaker,
indication that 2 financial bills will be
Speaker,
taken for second reading. And there was
Speaker,
a bit of an
I
agreement on. Yes, Honorable Abujinapo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on this report, the report on value for money Office Bill 2026 before this House. Mr. Speaker, I'm truly grateful for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this is indeed a very important matter before this House. And Mr. Speaker, as you will know more than any one of us, the issue of sanitizing our procurement space is an age-old one. You recall, Mr. Speaker, under President Kufuor, the Procurement Act, the Procurement Bill was passed into an act which became the first bedrock procurement framework for ensuring value for money when it comes to public procurement. Mr. Speaker, you also recall under President Kufuor, an Office of Accountability was even established at the presidency. And there have been a series of efforts over and over again to attempt to sanitize the procurement regime, the public procurement regime of our country. Mr. Speaker, under the law, there are only 2 occasions when value for money is required: sole sourcing and restrictive tender. Mr. Speaker, what is sole sourcing? Sole sourcing is, we all know, where one company is invited to provide procurement. And restrictive tender is when 2 or 3 companies are called upon to tender in a restrictive manner. Mr. Speaker, the rationale behind sole sourcing and restrictive tender from the get-go, from the outset, had been that if there was an emergency, for example, and the government or the public sector could not go through the elaborate process of advertising and time constraints and so on and so forth, you then go for sole sourcing. And again, if you had even a certain limited time or a bit more time, then you could do restricted tender. But Mr. Speaker, what has happened over the years? This process has been abused. It's been abused because where you have situations where sole sourcing is adhered to, when it doesn't fall within the very restricted, limited circumstances within which sole sourcing should be restricted to, where there's no emergency, where you have enough time, and yes, public officers go along the line of sole sourcing for the reasons we all know, which I shouldn't say here. Restricted tender, Mr. Speaker. There have been situations, and let's call a spade a spade. Let's be blunt on this matter. There are situations where in the public sector of our country, we say restrictive tender, and the restrictive tender is contrived where whoever wins, whichever of the two or three companies win the bid, the beneficiary becomes the same person with a veil. Mr. Speaker, this is a fact. Let's agree that these are the problems with our public procurement in our country. And so the point that the Honorable Dominic Nitewol has made, Mr. Speaker, don't let us interrogate that point from a partisan lens. Let us interrogate it objectively and interrogate it as a house and have a bipartisan interrogation of the point he has made, which is that if this value for money or bill, if this is actually intended to ensure that the state or the republic and its citizens get true value when we go through sole or restrictive tender, we then will have this new arrangement for value for money. Mr. Speaker, should we have sole sourcing and restrictive tender in the first place? If we truly want to have value for money, should we not, as a country? And I see that my good friend, the Minister for Finance, the Deputy Minister for Finance, is listening with rapt attention. Mr. Speaker, should we not have a situation where for every tender or every procurement, it is open, public, transparent, competitive tender? Let's find a way of answering that question, Mr. Speaker. Let's find a way of answering that question. Mr. Speaker, the danger and the risk we may have with this kind of arrangement, Mr. Speaker, is that we're going to build up another layer of bureaucracy, which is why I made the effort to take us through the historical antecedent of attempts by governments after government in sanitizing the public procurement of our country and ensuring value for money. I want to conclude on this point. Look, let's all accept it, and this is not an MPP matter or an NDC matter. One of the biggest problems our country has is procurement, and I'm fully convinced about it, having had the privilege of being in government for 8 years. One of the biggest problems our country has is procurement. We procure what we don't need because it probably stands to benefit the public official or officials who are engaged in the procurement. We sometimes procure what we don't need. We have excess procurement when we don't have to. When we have to procure particular items which will serve the public good, we will not, because that may not benefit one public official or the other. Sole sourcing is abused, and it's a fact, it's abused. It was abused in the first NDC government, it's abused in the MPP government, it's been abused in this government. Restricted tender is being abused, and Mr. Speaker, in some cases, it's not even abused by politicians. That is always a mistake we make. It's not abused by ministers, deputy ministers, and so on and so forth. Sometimes it's abused by public officers of all kinds. And so, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Minister, Honorable Minister, if you truly want to sanitize the public procurement space of our country, look, another bureaucracy, another passing of a bill, another act, I can assure you, will not be the sine qua non to sanitize the public procurement space of our country. If as a country we've come to the conclusion that sole sourcing and restrictive tender is not helping us and is being abused, let us abolish it, and for every procurement, let's have an open, transparent, public, competitive tender. That may be the way to go, and that should be the matter we should be discussing here. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you presented the committee's report.
But Mr. Speaker, I just want to provide some information. I presented the report. There's nowhere in the report that sole source is stated. And they are trying to import a foreign issues into my own report. Please, if we want to talk about sole source, go and generate another report. In this report, we did not mention sole source. Don't import any foreign material into my report, please. We want to cure mischief.
But
the PPA system is not working.
The Hansard has
and we want to
captured
address the situation.
Honorable Richard Achampong. The Hansard has captured the entire report.
Yes.
So it is the same Hansard that will capture.
So we should allow them to import foreign information into my report.
Yes. Minority Leader.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, our side participated in deliberations of the committee. Speaker, for the records, it is our case that when the draft report was ready, our side did not get the opportunity to peruse the draft. Mr. Speaker, to peruse the draft. Mr. Speaker, specifically the ranking and deputy ranking of the Committee on Finance did not have the opportunity to peruse the draft to state the minority's position. Mr. Speaker, we don't want to set a certain precedent. The chair of the committee, who is himself a leadership, knows the protocols, that the committee is not a one-sided committee. It is made up of two sides of the house, and when the clerk of the committee generates the report, same is perused by both parties, leadership of the committee, the chair and the ranking. Then, once they agree and the respective leaders put in the views of their caucus, the final report is generated. That is the practice. Mr. Speaker, it is the case of the minority. It is a case of the minority that the report be amended to it is the case of the minority that the committee's report, as contained in paragraph 9, page 7, be amended to reflect majority decision, not a consensus. It is a report by majority decision. Mr. Speaker, that said, we, the minority, would want to state why we are against this bill. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the memorandum of the bill, the memorandum reads at paragraph 3.
Yes, Minority Leader, just hold your peace. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, the procedure just enunciated by the minority leader at committee levels is inaccurate. Now, at committee levels, the position of the caucus is stated before a report is generated. You don't state your position after a report is generated and approved. So if you are doing this as an afterthought, you will say this, that upon hindsight, you are deciding to go against the terms of the report. Don't come and say that it is the leaders who generate the views of the caucuses. That is not the procedure. The procedure is that every member of the committee will state his or her position. It is then conveyed and communicated in the report. So if a caucus in a committee decides that they will have a minority position, it is stated before the clerk takes that to constitute the report. So please, minority leader,
Honorable,
let's let the records reflect
Majority
that.
Chief Whip, before the minority leader will come in, you are right. You are right in the sense that our rules, there is nothing like caucus decision in our committee meetings. We have minority and majority. The members present at the committee meeting will take decision on the report, and it is the outcome that is communicated to the plenary. It is possible that somebody belongs to a ruling government, but at the committee level will be in minority. It is possible you belong to the opposition government, but at the committee level you will be in a majority, depending upon the way the decision is taken. So to say that the committee report must reflect the caucus position, I beg to differ. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the minority on the committee expressed their opposition to the bill and its report, and indicated that clearly that the decision be by majority decision because the minority were opposed to it. Mr. Speaker, that is why when the final draft of the report was ready, the ranking member indicated to me that he did not get the opportunity to peruse it to ensure that same reflected in the final report. I am here as a leader of a group of members on the committee who are in minority, and it is the instructions that I am carrying out in this chamber.
Your position that you have stated
Mr.
that I have a problem is that
Mr. Speaker, can I make my argument?
Caucus position.
Mr. Speaker, if I have brought clarity, so let me make my argument. Mr. Presiding Officer, let me make my argument. Mr. Speaker, the minority opposition in this bill, on this bill and this report, is not a lame opposition. It is well founded on law and in fact. Mr. Speaker, first, if you read paragraph 3 of the memorandum accompanying the bill, this is what the memorandum accompanying the bill says. With your leave, I quote, globally, countries such as the United Kingdom, Canada, Singapore, Slovakia, and the United States have established statutory frameworks such as the National Audit Office of the United Kingdom, the Value for Money Audit Manual of Canada, and the United States Government Accountability Office to ensure the optimal use of public funds. The adoption by Ghana of a similar framework will align with global best practices and strengthen the public financial management architecture of the country. End quote. Mr. Speaker, if this is indeed the intention of government, then it is important that this side of the House makes certain disclosures to government. One, the institutions that you have mentioned as your reference point, if you look at their governance architecture, they are not politically controlled. So the level, the kind of alignment you are talking about does not find expression in the very bill you are bringing. So don't confuse us by telling us that, yes, you want to comply with best practices globally, but in adopting it, you go on a path that would rather expose this country. Honorable Nitiwo made an elaborate submission on why this bill will rather promote corruption, Mr. Speaker, and I will take you through the clauses. First of all, Mr. Speaker, if you go to clause 4 of the bill, clause 4, Mr. Speaker, clause 4 deals with appointment, governing body of the office. The governing body of the office is a board consisting of chairperson nominated by minister. By the minister, the very thing you want to cure. The minister would have his alter ego. Who doesn't know that before a minister makes an appointment, he would first look at loyalty to him? Not only competence, loyalty. Ab initio, are you creating an independent body? That is why we are telling you that, look, you have the Public Financial Management Act, you have the PPA Act itself, and then the internal organizations that we have in public institutions allow for some level of value for audit. And where it is required that certain level of procurement are to be undertaken, external value for money institutions that are independent are relied upon. Why don't we look at this and strengthen where we think there are loopholes? You are creating another bureaucracy, which is government controlled, Mr. Speaker. The next person is a representative of the Attorney General of the same government, a lawyer from the legal directorate of the ministry nominated by the minister. One expert in gender equity nominated by the minister. Mr. Speaker, then you have the Ministry of Finance, a director to be nominated again by the minister. Mr. Speaker, the net effect is that the same problem that the government wants to cure would rather become complicated. There will be no cure. The outcome will be odious. It will be odious. Because, Mr. Speaker, you are placing something or nothing. You are going nowhere. How can you say that you need an enactment with a whole bureaucracy, with another budget, and then the minister is controlling? Who said that the minister cannot call the chairman and tell the chairman that, look, this thing is coming, so deal with it? Mr. Speaker, it is probable, not possible, because all those in charge are controlled by the minister. Mr. Speaker, when we talk as minority, we are not just shouting or we are not just opposing. We are telling our colleagues that watch the space. We don't need this law. The Public Financial Management Act provides for certain stringent measures. It was your own law you brought in 2015, 2016. I was a young member of parliament on the finance committee, and we passed that law for you. It is there. Mr. Speaker, it is there. Why would you now come and create another bureaucracy for what the ordinary man on the street will call chop chop? Why would you create another bureaucracy that the ordinary man on the street will call yenchendi? Mr. Speaker, as political leaders, we must be careful about the impression we create out there. I am all for this reset agenda to the extent that, oh yes, to the extent that the reset will help create a better Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we don't have a perfect system, but so far with respect, I beg to submit that you are a walking contradiction. So far, I must submit that you are a walking contradiction. You have not lived to the promises that you made. Otherwise, why would you? We have a deputy chief of staff who has a company. Then Gold Board would award 11 million sole source contract to the, that's a typical example of your working contradiction. It's a matter of fact. I can furnish you with a document. It has not been denied. It's not coming from me.
So note your points.
It is not coming from me. I'm giving you an example that I'm saying that these are matters in the public domain. Gold Board says it published the contract on its own website. It's not a Afenyo market where you will take me to privileges. This is not me. So if you are in a hurry to take me to privileges, this is not me. It's not me. Gold Board says that the contract, the 11 million contract is awarded on sole source, has been published on its own website. That is fact number one, not me. Two, the owner of the company has not come to deny. He wrote publicly and said, but my party is in power. Should my business not work? Should my company not work? He himself admitted. So nobody should carry any impression that Afenyo Marking says. It is the facts. The prayers themselves are saying so. Jamie, me, Afenyo Marking I'm a dench, I'm a care, I'm in Yeshka. They themselves said so. Mr. Speaker, they said that they did the business. To which they have awarded the contract themselves. They say everything was clean on sole source. And I'm saying that if the government is saying that it wants to cure sole source and ensure value for money, we don't need a new law. We don't need a new law. We have the PPA Act itself. In the PPA Act, when a document is submitted, PPA is required to do value for money. It's supposed to validate, verify, and do its own checks. So that in itself, a form of value for money. We government should rather strengthen PPA Act. After all, government brought an amendment to this house for the PPA law. We all supported the law. The finance minister, one of the first things he did, which I applauded him, was to do this amendment which required that there must be a pre-approval of contracts, procurement. I've forgotten the name he called it. Commencement authorization. Mr. Speaker, I on this floor praise the finance minister for doing that. It's not every day that we oppose our friends. On this floor, the public record will bear me out, that I praise the finance minister for introducing that commitment authorization policy. Because, Mr. Speaker, I was once upon a time a road fund board chair, and I knew the challenges and how I fought hard to save the public purse. And I thought we needed strong laws, strong policies. So, Mr. Speaker, once there is a reform, I will support it. Because as political leaders, Mr. Speaker, we don't have a positive impression out there, whether you are NDC or MPP. But let us take advantage once we are in office, whether in government or in opposition, to do proper reform. What we are seeking to do is rather to open the Pandora box. This law, if it is enacted, will rather be the right channel for corruption. This law will rather, Mr. Speaker, I know the minister means well by saying that let us model this. But, Mr. Speaker, the way it has been structured, it will not. Mr. Speaker, I've done some work. These institutions that he wants to follow their example. Mr. Speaker, These institutions do not have government appointees on them. Overseas, he should check it. The deputy minister is here. As we talk, members of parliament should just go on the internet, Google. The institutions that you are referring to in other jurisdictions, they are not government controlled. They are not government controlled. So if you want to still use a political system under Article 70 and 195, I've read the law. You are saying that the appointment of the board will be in accordance with Article 70. I've read it. Colleague, I am not just opposing you. What you are doing is wrong. You are also talking about 195 of the Constitution. Why don't we allow the existing laws to operate, strengthen them, don't open this one up? Because if you open this one up, Mr. Speaker, there will be corruption. That said, the minority will not rubber stamp this bill. We will not. If the majority will not listen to these strong views and take same on board, and rather bring amendment of existing laws, and it wants to pursue the path of chop chop, as the ordinary man will say, we, the mighty few, the 87, we wash our hands. We will not be part of this unholy act that would rather expose the states and make the state vulnerable. Carry your burden alone. Mr. Speaker, I so submit on behalf of the minority.
It's now the turn of the majority. Yes, majority Chifu.
Mr. Speaker, I have been on my feet for some time. The minority leader has said very dangerous things that must not be allowed to stay in our records against government. He has said emphatically, and he spoke Ghana. Speaker, the Ghana that he spoke, he refused to translate it. And the translation goes to this. He says that they are chopping. That the government, please, I listen to you in quietude. Yes, I was on my feet to protest the wholesome things you were saying about government.
Well,
and they are in breach of the
majority Chief,
Mr. Speaker.
If indeed minority leader said things in Ghana, which as a matter of fact has not been translated into English, then I will consequentially direct that based on standing order 63. That is why I am saying that in the event that what you say has not been translated into English, then based on standing order 63, same should be expunged from the record.
Mr. Speaker, the danger of what the minority leader does is that because our proceedings are carried instantaneously, they do not only have effect by staying the Hansard, they are carried out live. He has been compelled once, just recently, to withdraw things that he said that were in error. And so to say that government is bringing this bill just to do chop, which is to just fester corruption, is absolutely untenable. It's in breach of Order 93, Rule 5. Mr. Speaker, let me read. Mr. Speaker, let me read. Please, Mr. Speaker, please. can you comport yourself? I am not your junior. I am not your junior. You cannot intimidate me. You cannot intimidate me. I intimidate you in this chamber. I intimidate you in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, he has to withdraw. No. The minority leader, you cannot walk away when I'm taking objections to comments that you have made. You have to be here to listen. That's the practice. Mr. Speaker, he has said that government's intention of bringing this bill is to encourage corruption and chop. That is in breach of Order 93 Rule 5. So it must be expunged. He has further said that the intention of government is actually to create and share. That portion must also be expunged. Do you understand? So, Mr. Speaker, I have been trying to get these objectionable comments expunged, but he has completed his contribution. And so I leave these matters entirely in your hands, that those comments absolutely breaches Order 93 Rule 5. They are unwholesome and they are unparliamentary and they must be expunged, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Finance Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank honorable members for their contribution and to say that when we appeared before your committee on finance, they raised issues and we responded to them. Members of the committee made proposals to perfect the bill. In fact, that is the essence of laying bills, referring them to committees, committee working on it and submitting same and their report to the House. On no occasion did anybody object to this bill. They have rather made inputs that we believe will make the bill better before it is passed into an act. But, Mr. Speaker, they have raised certain concerns, and I want to address them. They are trying to create an impression that because we have PPA, we do not need this value for money office. But, Mr. Speaker, we want to let everybody appreciate what PPA does. And that PPA focuses on procurement procedures to ensure transparency and fairness. They are not focused on cost efficiency. And that is what this value for money office is going to do. It is going to ensure a life cycle costing, technical soundness, and post-contract verification. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Nitiwo made us, he just reminded us of the fact that as a country, we have always subjected single source procurement to value for money and maybe restrictive tendering, but not competitive tendering. Mr. Speaker, that is true. In fact, we had a company called Crown Agents. It's a UK-based company that was here. And that company was the one that we always fell on to conduct value for money for this country. As we speak now, Crown Agents has left this country. And so there is no institution to provide this service. And so it is timely that we have our own value for money office to conduct value for money for procurements that we do in this country. Mr. Speaker, they have also suggested through their submissions that it is only sole source or competitive bidded contracts that are subject to abuse, that are subject to corruption in this country. Mr. Speaker, that is not the case. We have seen competitive bidding contracts that have been overpriced. And that is clear. We have seen evidence. In fact, we have seen cost build-ups in our contracts that shows purchasing of mobile phones for contractors, purchasing of airtime for contractors. We have seen cost lines that indicate renting hotel accommodation for contractors. All these are in competitive bidded contracts. So it is not true that only sole source or restrictive tendering that have been overpriced. So this value for money office is going to look at all these, and the office will be equipped with engineers, with quantity surveyors, with all the technical people that will be able to do this job. Mr. Speaker, the office will be required to establish benchmark values for all major projects that we have in this country. So if we take a 6-unit classroom block, this value for money office will give a benchmark cost for constructing a 6-unit classroom block to help us have value for our procurements in this country. It is never true that this office is intended for corruption. That is not the case. We are rather putting in measures to fight corruption. We also, in fact, we are those who are advocating that we must minimize sole source and single source contracts in this country. And the exception rather has become the norm. That is what we saw under you. And that is what we are changing. And we are bringing this as an additional measure to make sure that every contract we award in this country is giving value for the Ghanaian people. So support this. And you see, the committee has suggested amendments. That is the essence. We are open for this House to perfect the bill so that it will be passed into an act to help all of us as a country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favour of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to establish the value for money office to regulate, monitor, coordinate, promote and develop value for money assessment and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the value for money office bill 2026 is duly read for the second time. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, may I pray that we take motion number 32. Speaker, which is that notwithstanding order 1691, we are not proceeding under certificate of urgency. We are prioritizing. Mr. Speaker, I so plead.
Yes, minority, the application is to take the motion number 32.
Mr. Speaker, typical of them, even when a listening government will take a cue from the opposition, even when we just advise them that this bill would open the country up for corruption. No, listen to me, listen, I'm not done. Listen. And they were to listen to us. Mr. Speaker, they now want to jump to the deposit protection bill and saying that they want to apply for a waiver. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of this meeting, we told our colleagues at a joint meeting of leadership that this practice of hurrying bills, certificate of urgency, should be stopped. Mr. Speaker, this is another form of certificate of urgency. If you mount an application waiving the rules, you've just brought a bill. Why don't you allow why don't you allow the statutory notice of 48 hours to lapse? And you would want to make an application for a waiver, Mr. Speaker, on some other important matters. We decided not to pursue the quorum issue. If they want to insist, then they may have to bring their full 189 to come and conduct their business. Because as we speak, even if you add the majority leader, Tururi has just come back from cabinet, Mr. Speaker. The majority leader, they've gone to bring him to come and join and lead the charge. Mr. Speaker, he's gone to cabinet, he's tired, he has to take some rest, but he has come. Even if we add the majority leader, they are not up to 40. Count. Check your back before you make some of these questionable applications. If you want to make questionable applications, be sure you have your numbers. You don't have the numbers. Even the 40 years, some are not happy. Majority are not happy. Even the 40. It's because the chief whip is writing names and using name writing to threaten them. That's why they are here. The weak ones who don't have godfathers are here, but those with godfathers, they are defying the name writing. They won't come, Mr. Speaker. So the majority chief whip will have to consider his application. But Mr. Speaker, we've just seen the majority leader. We know he's a man who believes in good faith at times. He acts in good faith at times. We would want to just give him some silver lining. We want to extend an olive branch. You move your motion. We will not oppose it. But be of good behavior. That is advice to you.
Speaker,
yes.
Let the record reflect that I'm not writing any names, and I'm not threatening my back with that. The minority leader should have his facts right. Now, Mr. Speaker, may we take motion number 32?
Yes, honorable members, but it is important to draw the attention of the House to Article 106, particularly 13. For a bill to be taken under certificate of urgency, certain things would have to occur. One, the Constitution requires that a bill must be gazetted 14 days prior to its introduction. But if the bill is going to be taken under certificate of urgency, that 14 days gazette requirement is waived based on the constitutional imperative. Even before the bill can be taken, a committee would have to determine that this particular bill is of urgent in nature and it must be taken under a certificate of urgency. However, that is not the situation applicable to this particular rule. So to say that this bill is being taken under a certificate of urgency, looking at the constitutional provisions as compared to the exigencies of the case, the bill is not taken under a certificate of urgency. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we'll take item 33, Ghana Deposit Protection Amendment Bill 2025 at the consideration stage.
Ghana Deposit Protection Amendment Bill 2025 at consideration stage.
Section 2 of Act 931 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, I put a question to clause 1. As many as are in favour of clause 1 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill.
Section 3 of Act 931 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 2? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favour of clause 2 standing part of the bill, say aye. As many as are in favour of clause 2 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Section 5 of Act 931 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed line 4 after units, insert and 50 penalty units for each day that the contravention continues.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. In the absence of any other amendment, I'll put a question on the chairman's amendment. As many as are in favour, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, I'll put a question on entire clause 3 as amended. As many as are in favour of clause 3 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Section 6 of Act 931 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, paragraph A, line 2, after scheme, insert prior to the grant or otherwise of the request by the Bank of Ghana.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. Any further amendment to it? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favour, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on the entire clause 4. As many as are in favour of clause 4 as amended standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 4 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Section 9 of Act 931 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question on clause 5. As many as are in favour, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Section 10 of Act 931 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any amendments.
Members, it is for your consideration. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question to clause 6. As many as are in favour, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7.
Section 16 of Act 931 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 7? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favour of clause 7 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 7 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 8.
Section 17 of Act 931 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 8? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 8 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 8 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 9.
Section 19 of Act 931 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 9 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 10.
Section 20 of Act 931 amended.
Chairman will move amendment I.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Subclause 6, line 3, after members, insert or depositors.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 10 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on entire clause 10. As many as are in favor of clause 10 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 10 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11.
Sections 20A and 20B inserted.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Section 20B, subsection 2, paragraph A. Delete and insert the following clause. A. The resolution will result in a viable and solvent restructured bank or special deposit-taking institution that limits the exposure of the corporation to additional funding in respect of the same entity. And
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is as advertised at page 25 and 26 of the order paper for today. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question to the proposed amendment to clause 11 by the chairman of the committee. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 11 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Chairman V.
Mr. Speaker, item V, amendment proposed, section 20B, subsection 4, line 3, after Bank of Ghana, delete is considering and insert has made a determination.
All members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Proposed amendment to clause 11, as in V, at page 26, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on the entire clause 11. Those in favor of clause 11 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 11 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 12.
Section 21 of Act 931 amended.
Chairman, amendment numbered VI.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Closing phrase line 3 after 1,000. Insert penalty units and in line 4, delete offense and insert controversial.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. I'll put a question in the absence of any further amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 12 by the chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on the entire clause 12. As many as are in favor of clause 12 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 12 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 13.
Section 22 of Act 931 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favour of clause 13 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 13 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 14.
Section 24 of Act 931 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 14? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favour of clause 14, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 14 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 15.
Section 26 of Act 931 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, the committee has no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 15? In the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 15, I'll put a question. As many as are in favour of clause 15 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 15 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 16. Clause 16.
Section 27 of Act 931 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to clause 16? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favour of clause 16 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 16 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 17.
Section 40 of Act 931 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favour of clause 17, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 17 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 18.
Section 40A inserted.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 18? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favour of clause 18 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 18 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 19.
Section 45 of Act 931 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 19? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favour of clause 19 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 19 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 20.
Section 46 of Act 931 amended.
Chairman, you move amendment numbered VII at page 26.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Sub clause 5, delete and insert the following. 5. Funds provided by the government under subsection 4 shall be treated as a loan a loan to the corporation that is repayable over.
Chairman, the proposed amendment is as
captured at page 26 of today's order.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any other amendments? I'll put a question. As many as are in favour of the proposed amendment to clause 20, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 20 is ordered to stand part of the bill. I'll put a question on the entire clause 20 as amended. Those in favour, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The clause 20 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 21.
Section 49 of Act 931 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 21? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favour, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, clause 21 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 22.
Section 50A inserted.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favour of clause 22 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 22 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 23.
Section 53 of Act 931 amend.
Chairman, you may move amendment number VIII.
Mr. Speaker, amendments as captured at page 26 and 27 of today's order paper be taken right now.
Honourable members, this is for your consideration. We are taking the first one as in VIII. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, you have to take IX.
IX, yes. Yes, you are correct. IX first.
I shall move.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. As advertised in page 27. In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it, the proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, X.
So, Mr. Speaker, the last amendment for 23 is X, as captured at page 27 of today's order paper.
All members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment in X at page 27 of today's order paper, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on the entire clause 23. As many as are in favor of clause 23 as previously amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 23 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 24.
Section 54 of Act 931 repealed.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 24? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 24 standing part of the bill, say aye. As many as are in favor of clause 24 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 24 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Long title.
An act to amend the Ghana Deposit Protection Act 2016 at 931 to enable the Ghana Deposit Protection Corporation to better achieve the object of protecting the depositor from loss as a result of the occurrence of an insured event in respect of a member of the scheme, to support the development of a safe, sound, efficient and stable market-based financial system, to ensure that Ghana Deposit Protection Scheme conforms to international best practice, and to provide for related matters.
Yes, Chairman of the committee, any amendment to the long title?
Mr. Speaker, there is no proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to the long title of the bill? In the absence of any proposed amendment to the long title, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the long title standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, this brings us to the end of the consideration stage of Ghana Deposit Protection Amendment Bill 2025. Honourable members, before moving on to another item, permit me to acknowledge the presence of students from State University, Mampong, Asante, led by Dr. Samuel Ba Dodu, a lecturer. They are from Asante, Mampong. They numbered 63. Honourable members, on your behalf, I welcome our dear students to Parliament and urge them to have a fruitful visit to Parliament. Kindly resume your seats. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we take motion 34?
Yes, Deputy Minority Whip, the application is to take the motion numbered 34.
Speaker, we have no objection.
Motion number 34.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that motion number 34 on today's order paper be moved now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favour of the motion number 34, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The procedural motion number 34 is adopted. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I will take item 35 at page 28 of today's order paper.
Item number 35. Yes, Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Ghana Deposit Protection Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion move and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favour of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the motion is accordingly adopted.
An act to amend the Ghana Deposit Protection Act 2016 at 931 to enable the Ghana Deposit Protection Corporation to better achieve the objects of protecting a depositor from loss as a result of the occurrence of an insured event in respect of a member of the scheme to support the development of a safe, sound, efficient and stable market-based financial system, to ensure that Ghana Deposit Protection Scheme conforms to international best practice and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Ghana Deposit Protection Amendment Bill 2025 is duly read for the third time and pass. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, can we take motion number 7?
Yes, motion number 7. Chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee on the Education Regulatory Bodies National Teaching Council Regulation Report, Regulations 2025, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this report was considered by your committee, having been laid by the Honourable Minister of Education. We met as a committee to consider the regulations in the presence of the Deputy Minister of Education in accordance with Article 11.7 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to page 6, page 5 of the report, which deals with the purpose of the legislative instrument, that A, the purpose of this regulation is to provide for the registration and licensing of teachers, the training of teachers, the accreditation of institutions that offer teacher education and teacher development programs, the establishment of standards for teacher education, the modalities for the continuous professional development program for teachers, the code of ethics and professional practice for the teaching profession, a framework for the development of teacher education curriculum, and H, the modalities for the exercise of disciplinary powers of the council over teachers. Mr. Speaker, there were issues before the committee on licensure examination, which is captured at page 6, paragraph 8.2, that the committee observed that the regulation provides for the conduct of licensure examination. The committee sought clarification on its inclusion, given that the Minister of Education had earlier indicated an intention to abolish it. The technical team from the ministry clarified that the examination will not be cancelled. Rather, the proposed regulations seek to redefine the manner in which examination is conducted in order to address the challenges associated with its implementation. Further, the licensure examination will be incorporated into the final year examination of the teacher. Mr. Speaker, I beg the Hansa Department to capture the report as having been read and ask for its adoption. I so move. I thank you.
Members, motion move ably and report presented. Any seconder?
Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and in supporting the motion to quickly add that the committee indeed observed that the regulation does not offend our constitution, and it was within the limit of the powers conferred on the Minister for Education. And Mr. Speaker, to also add quickly that when the concerns about licensure exam came up, indeed consistent with the directive or the policy directive of the President and the Minister for Education, it was obvious that clarification was that it is now going to be incorporated into the training of teachers. So it's not going to be a separate thing completely as it currently is. And so, Mr. Speaker, I second the motion and pray that the House adopt the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable former Minister for Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy today that we have finally gotten a confirmation that the teacher licensure exams is not going to be cancelled. Good news for the education fraternity. Very good news. Now, I'm also happy to note that the regulations is affirming that an arrangement will be made for the teachers to take the exams before they graduate. I think is worthy of commendation. So it doesn't put extra burden on the teachers after they graduate to then go back to examination centers and take the exam. So I think the minister ought to be commended for that innovation. Now, in the area of untrained teachers, I know the report is saying that untrained teachers will not be allowed to take the licensure exam, which is rightly so, but they've indicated that special arrangement will be made so that untrained teachers can teach. I want to underscore that the best practice around the world is for the ministry to indicate that there's a shortage of trained teachers in the field where they are bringing the untrained. So it can be for chemistry teachers if they were in short supply, mathematics teachers if they were in short supply. That way it is clear to us that not every untrained teacher is allowed to just get a special arrangement to have a one-year license or one-year authorization, but rather it is based on the establishment of need for teachers in that field. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, are you on your feet to contribute? Yes, minority leadership.
Mr. Speaker, I want to just quote paragraph 8.2, page 6 of the report to make a very short submission. Mr. Speaker, quote, the committee observed that the regulation provides for the conduct of a licensure examination. The committee sought clarification on its inclusion, given that the Ministry of Education had earlier indicated an intention to abolish it. The technical team from the ministry clarified that the examination would not be cancelled. Rather, the proposed regulations seek to refine the manner in which the examination is conducted in order to address the challenges associated with its implementation. Furthermore, the licensure examination will be incorporated into the final year examinations of teacher trainees. Further, the technical team also informed the committee that research findings revealed that one of the main factors accounting for poor pass rates in the examination was the time lag between when teacher trainees complete their training and when they sit for the examination. Mr. Speaker, I would hesitate in commending the minister, though his effort is commendable. But, Mr. Speaker, this should send a strong signal to our teachers to be careful about our friends in government and the things they say. Mr. Speaker, when a party in opposition makes promises and electorate rely on such promises, even when they know that the particular matter they are complaining about is good, we must be careful and take everything they say with a pinch of salt. We were promised that, when the NDC come into office, buffer stock will no more be in charge of distributing foodstuff to schools. The head teachers themselves will go and buy the goods from the market. And when they came into office, rather buffer stock is still being used as the official agency where foodstuffs are distributed to schools. Mr. Speaker, our friends in government, after all, knew that there was something good in the Akufo-Addo administration. They said boldly that they were going to cancel the licensure exams. They told teachers, they promised them that in their time, there will be no writing of licensure exam. Mr. Speaker, they included it in their manifesto. Mr. Speaker, in the NDC 2024 Mr. Speaker, he would have his time. He would have his time. He would have his time.
Majority Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, NDC never promised to cancel licensure exams. We promised to incorporate it into the general examination system of the colleges. That's what we promised. And what we are doing today is fulfilling exactly what we promised to do. That's what we promised. Go and pick our manifesto and show me which page we said we're going to incorporate it. The way that you propose to organize licensure exams is what we objected to. The manner in which you intended to do it. So we said it will be incorporated into the general examination system. We never said we're totally abolishing it. No, it's not in our manifesto.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Majority Leader must explain to us why he's licking his lips. He's licking after doing what he did. You would have your time to argue. The Majority Leader is not showing good example. If you would have your time, why don't you listen to me? When I'm done, you will have your time. Mr. Speaker, they told the people of Ghana Mr. Speaker, the Interior Minister wants us to talk about recruitment. We are not talking about recruitment. We're talking about the licensure exam that your party promised to abolish. Mr. Speaker, we are not interested in other conditions they claim they added. The language was clear that you would abolish the licensure examination. You don't walk the talk. You don't walk the talk. Your government is a government of a walking contradiction. You say one thing and do another. Where is the 133? Where is the 6,000 per bag for cocoa farmers? Where is the electricity that you were supposed to reduce? The teacher, what has happened to it? Mr. Speaker, you must eat a humble pie. Concede that after all, Akufo-Addo government laid a solid foundation. Tell us a single social intervention that your tradition has introduced in this country. A single social intervention. You are struggling in recruitment. You know you have 5,000 vacancy, yet you open the portal for 506,000 people. You now say 905,000 have qualified for medicals when you know you have only 5,000 vacancy. Now you say you've increased it to 40,000 for 4 years. The same way you promised teachers, you are going to recruit more, you are not recruiting. You say no licensure examination. Now you say you accept that there will be licensure examination. With time, the people of Ghana will know your true colors. Mr. Speaker, I leave them to their own fate. If today Akufo-Addo's government was a good government and introduced policies that today you are continuing, we've heard, we've seen, we accept, but posterity will be the ultimate judge.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let's go over paragraph 8.2 on licensure examination. The committee
committee observed that the regulations provide for the conduct of a licensure examination. The committee sought clarification on its inclusion, given that the Minister for Education had earlier indicated an intention to abolish it. The technical team from the ministry clarified that the examination will not be cancelled. Rather, the proposed regulation seeks to refine the manner in which the examination is conducted in order to address the challenges associated with its implementation. Furthermore, the licensure examination will be incorporated. The licensure examination will be incorporated into the final year examination of teacher trainees. This was the promise that we made.
Your back is facing the speaker.
Mr. Speaker, why is the minority leader not paying attention? We have raised issues and we are responding to the issues, and you are running away. You are running away and you are laughing. You are running away. You are running away. Mr. Speaker, he is running away from the issues. You raise the issue. We are responding to you. The report says that the licensure examination would be incorporated into the final year examinations of teacher trainees.
Majority Leader is up. What is the point of order?
Speaker, with respect, if the majority leader knows he has anything against me, he knows what to do. He should take me to Privileges Committee. Mr. Speaker, he has to apologize to teachers all over the country for seeking to mislead them. Mr. Speaker, we did not promise that we were going to. We were against licensure exam in the manner in which it is being conducted. Because what you did was to take away from teachers their right to automatic engagement as teachers once they graduated. That was the issue. The fact that even after graduation, they now had to go and sit another examination to be licensed as teachers at a fee. That was what we were against. That was the complaint. So what we said we will do is that we will include the licensure exam in the general examination process before graduation. So that the curriculum that you want to deal with us, the one that will inform the licensure examination, will be incorporated into the general curriculum of the college. So that in the general examination, those aspects will also be examined. So that when you graduate, you become entitled to be automatically enrolled as a teacher. So let it be known to teachers that from today onwards, once they graduate as teachers, they become entitled to be enrolled as professional teachers. That the graduation is the license. That the graduation is the license. And then once you have graduated, you are a licensed teacher. This is a promise of the NDC, and this is a promise that is being implemented today. The promise that we are fulfilling today. That no one will take money again from you in the name of licensure examination. And no refund.
Your certificate is your license. Your certificate is your license.
Mr. Speaker, I think I will now take my seat so that the minister will wind up.
Yes, Minister. Yes, Deputy Minister, you have the floor.
Grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to speak on the report presented and to indicate that the experts, the technical team that the committee refers to, we are wondering where they came from, because what has been stated is not the position of the minister or the ministry. As far as the minister and the ministry are concerned, the licensure exam, the licensing process, as we came to meet, has been abolished. The current arrangement is to incorporate the licensing process into the curriculum of the teachers, teacher trainees, when they are in their final year. And Mr. Speaker, just as an example, the new dispensation, the new dispensation, Mr. Speaker, actually includes teaching practice. Teaching practice is now going to count towards licensing the teacher trainees, which wasn't the case in your version. So when the NDC manifesto says that we are going to cancel the licensure exam and incorporate the licensing process into the final year examination of the students, we are right and we are doing that. So it is going to be 70%.
Honorable Deputy Minister,
and 30%.
Let me recognize minority.
Speaker, this is the House of Records. The licensure examination, which was introduced by the Akufo-Addo administration, was a creation of law. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minister, who himself is a well-respected member of the academia, must know the use of certain phrases in this chamber. If you say that has been abolished, are you saying that you brought a law into this house to amend the records? Is that what you are saying? There are students you've taught.
Honorable Minority Leader, he indicated clearly that the process.
Mr. Speaker, you are not to join the debate.
I'm not joining the debate. But I'm talking about what I have heard. He said the process.
Mr. Speaker, no. He said, with respect, Mr. Speaker, he said that the NDC government has abolished the licensure examination. Mr. Speaker, he stated it on authority. Mr. Speaker, but he knows that the law creating the licensure examination is still in force. Mr. Speaker, all these issues about conditions and using language to confuse us will not be accepted. You promise them that there will be no licensure exam. So whether you write it before you graduate or after, the value is the same. The value is the same. You promise them that there will be no licensure examination. So, Mr. Speaker, now you have introduced, you claim that you cancelled it. Meanwhile, there's a law. Mr. Speaker, the deputy
Minister of Education should not bring propaganda into this chamber. He should state the facts as they are. He is respected as a member of the academia. He should not bring down his own reputation because of politics. Mr. Speaker, he's been appointed as a Deputy Minister of Education, a very noble ministry. So he should check the pace at which he's moving and check the space and be careful with the language he's using.
Honorable Minority Leader, you are re-arguing rather than a point of order. With all due respect, I cannot fault the Deputy Minister for Education. We were part of those who make that law, and the Minister who attests to the fact that the law is about you, a teacher, having a license to be able to teach, but the process is not by the law. Yes, Deputy Minister for Education, you may continue.
Honorable Speaker, I think that I am grateful for giving me the chance to clarify. That was what I was seeking to do, and I've made that point. I'm grateful.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion number 7 say aye. Those are against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Yes, Majority Leader.
Securities and Intelligence Agencies, item 18.
Members, the Securities and Intelligence Agencies Bill is at consideration stage.
Unfortunately, there's an amendment that unfortunately we forgot to capture.
Members, Security and Intelligence Agencies Bill 2025 at consideration. Members who stood clause 14, 16, and 17 down for some work to be done on it. Leaders, may I humbly find out whether we work on those provisions. Leaders, has these provisions been worked on? We stood down clause 14, 16, 17.
Speaker, we still having, the winnowing committee hasn't met in respect of these three concerns that we stood down. So let's proceed. Yes. No. It was, exactly. So, Speaker, let's proceed with the outstanding ones. Once we are done, we'll come back to those. Yes.
Yes, Chairperson. I understand one of your amendments has been omitted. You may do so.
Right Honourable Speaker, we had a new clause that was an amendment proposed by the committee, which unfortunately has not found expression in today's order paper. So I'll make reference to yesterday's.
Yes, you remove that amendment.
Yes. The amendment proposed is to add a new clause after 35 as follows. Parliamentary oversight of national security. One, Parliament shall have oversight in respect of national security in accordance with Article 103 of the Constitution. 2, Parliament may assign the responsibility under Section 1 to a committee of Parliament appointed for the purpose. 3, a member of Parliament or an officer of parliamentary service shall not proceed upon the business of the committee in subsection 2 unless the member of Parliament or officer of the parliamentary service is vetted in accordance with the applicable national security vetting procedures. 4, for the purpose of this section, national security means Office of the National Security Coordinator and intelligence agencies. I still move.
Members, the proposed amendment of the new clause is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm worried because it's not advertised in today's order paper. And Mr. Speaker, I want to state that is it in doubt about the oversight role of the Intelligence Committee over this national security apparatus? There's no doubt about it because it's in your standing orders. To put it here, especially what I saw, what I saw yesterday, I'm even concerned for you because when you say vetted by the national security apparatus, I can bet you if the national security has to vet members of parliament before they are put on committee, a lot of members will fail. But that is not the remit of the national security to do. For members of parliament, their verdict is done by their constituents. And when they get here and parliament decides to put them into committee, no any other person has authority to vet, to decide whether that person is fit to be in that committee or not. So for me, let's keep it as it is in your standing orders. Because with what is in your standing orders is more than adequate because I can't recollect since I became an oversight minister that I've been called and I refused to come in. Or some information have been requested and it was denied. But to try to put it into the Parent Act is problematic. But I know we are at the wisdom of the House.
Yes, I think the appropriate word should be sworn in, not vetted. They be swearing. The intention is to vet. Yes.
Well, I think the committee during its work looked across the globe to find out what has been the practice. I know that in the case of South Africa, there's specific provision in their security and intelligence agencies legislation which recognizes the parliamentary committee. It specifically mentions the parliamentary committee. So I believe they tried to borrow from these examples that they saw in their research and consultations. The issue raised now is in the context of Ghana, why do we want to legislate a committee? And that's the issue. Because the legislation of committees belong to our standing orders. They belong to our standing orders. Do we want to legislate them in an act of parliament? And then if we decide to amend our standing orders, what happens? We have a difficulty. We cannot amend those provisions. We have to come by an act of parliament in order to amend those provisions. So I think the proposal is that we plead with the committee to drop this proposal so that we keep to what we've been doing in our standing orders, that the committee is established pursuant to the standing orders of Parliament, and the committee also, performs the functions on the authority of the standing orders of Parliament, and that we don't subject the committee to the whims and caprices of an agency under the executive arm of government, because the requirement that members be vetted because of the information that will be getting to them. I think that is the basis for requiring that they be vetted, because you are going to be compelling the ministers of national security or the ministers responsible for national security to be disclosing, and you are going to be asking the national security coordinator to provide briefings. When they do provide the briefings, there's an issue about the safety of the information that is being handed. And so they thought that they should put in a check, which is that the national security should vet the members of parliament. Because it came up that if you ask that they should mandatorily give you that information, and they are now under the option to provide you with that information, and they can't vouch for with that information, and they can't vouch for the members of your committee, what happens? That was when the proposal was that they should be vetted. So it was to deal with a problem that the security and intelligence agencies raised at committee. But we are urging the committee to drop the proposal. Let us have what is in our standing orders prevail, and I think that it served us well enough. The Security and Intelligence Agency Committee itself, the Security Intelligence Committee itself, is a new committee. In fact, this is the first time we're having that committee. Let's allow the new creation to run a couple of years, and then if we think that we should enhance it along the South Africa model, we can consider it again at a future date. So I urge the chairperson and her team to consider dropping the matter.
Yes, chairperson.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Majority Leader, you're a member of the committee. Mr. Speaker, the danger we face, because international best practice makes provision for parliamentary oversight, and in all the jurisdictions where there is a select committee on intelligence, there's a different level of clearance, especially in order to remove the level of secrecy that intelligence agencies always place when it comes to the disclosure of information to Parliament. We are currently faced with issues of certain levels of information that Parliament did not have access to with regards to intelligence agency activity. If it is the decision of the House that we abandon explicitly talking about parliamentary oversight. As we progress in this bill, you'll see there's a part that speaks to the fact that there is no obligation for disclosure to Parliament, which means we're back where we started in terms of this nexus between secrecy and transparency when it comes to oversight.
So, Honorable Chairperson, I would direct that you've seen the sense of the House. They are really not against the exercise of the oversight, but what they are against is the vetting. The question is, if you say vetting, members of parliament who belong to that committee will be vetted by who? And after the vetting, who gives the approval? So, if it is the National Security Coordinator, can the National Security Coordinator have the power to vet a member of parliament and disapprove that that member of parliament is not qualified to belong to a parliamentary committee? That is where the difficulty lies. So you can look at your amendment and do away with that aspect, let it be captured by the order paper, and then we'll take a look at it regarding the exercise of the oversight. So, honourable members, I believe clause 17, particularly the proposed amendment in the name of Honourable Kojo Nkrumah, though he was not here, has been accepted too, but the only thing is that we did not put a question. To split the functions of the external and the internal. Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, in 1030 it was separated. But you see, there's reason for merging it. Look at the proposed amendment, the proposed bill. The functions have been merged and made not to be very open because of the functions of the research department. If you separate it like he did, you give much elaboration about it, and you are exposing our officers abroad. Everybody around the world knows when you talk about these research officers, some of the things that they do. But it is not written in a black and white. Why do you want to do that? So, if you look at the way it is in the proposed bill, technical attention why this is made. Because we just don't want it to be a source of exposure to our...
I will direct that with your involvement. You look at clause 14, 16, and 17, together with members of the Winnowing Committee and the proponent of those amendments, and then we can deal with the issue once and for all. Now we move straight to clause 37.
36. Oaths.
Oh, very well. Clause 36.
Oaths.
Chairperson of the committee.
There are no proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker. Proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 36? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put the question.
Right Honourable Speaker, beg your pardon.
Do you have amendment on clause 36?
There was, yeah.
Honourable members, it looks like we put a question on clause 36. It's talking about effect of warrant.
In a previous order paper from
Yes.
the 17th, clause 36, there was a proposed amendment which was as follows. Subclause 2, line 3, delete oath and insert oath of secrecy on leaving office.
So, for the avoidance of doubt, I'll put a question in. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now,
to clause 36 in its entirety. As many as are in favor of clause 36 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 36 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 37.
Authorize disclosure of information.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, the committee has no proposed amendment.
However, we have an amendment standing in the name of Osahin Alexander Kwamina Afenyomaki. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to move this on behalf of Osain Alexander Kwamina Afenyomaki, and that's clause 37. Amendment proposed, Speaker, subclause 2, paragraph 2 should delete and insert the following. Where a court of competent jurisdiction determines that the disclosure is strictly necessary in the public interest and proportionate to the objective pursued. Speaker, I so move.
The clause 37 is talking about use of internal grievance procedure.
Sorry, Speaker, I think I had a mix-up. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes, I've seen that. Speaker, asking that, respectfully moving this on behalf of Alexander Kwamina Afenyomaki. Speaker, amendment proposes to add the following new subclause. 3, where an officer or employee shall not. Speaker, is that the one? Are we on the... Sorry. So, subclause 2, paragraph...
You see, Honorable Jerry Ahmed, I was just drawing your attention to the misalignment of the proposed amendment. That if you look at the bill itself, clause 37 is talking about use of internal grievance procedure. That you complain to the coordinator if the coordinator didn't work or he has addressed it but you are dissatisfied, you petition the Chief Justice and the Chief Justice would form a committee, that's a tribunal, that will give a hearing beyond which it is open to wherever you think you can seek redress. These are the internal grievance procedure. That's why the provision is saying that despite the provisions of this act on redress of grievances, an employee of an intelligence agency shall at the first instance resort to the internal grievance procedure set out in the conditions of service and code of conduct of that intelligence agency before resorting to the procedure set out under this act. That is what 37 is talking about. And then the amendment here is subclause 2, delete E, and clause 37 doesn't have subclause 2.
Especially 37 has...
Oh, sorry, I'm using the act instead of the bill.
Yes.
So sorry, I was holding the act in the name of the bill. Yes.
Speaker, may I proceed now?
Yes.
Since we...
Yes, I have the...
Yes, so Speaker, like you were saying, the amendment proposed Subclause 2, paragraph E, delete and insert the following. E, where a court of competent jurisdiction determines that the disclosure is strictly necessary in the public interest and proportionate to the objective pursued. Speaker, so move.
Honourable members, any other view? Yes.
Speaker, the present amendment, I have a further amendment to this amendment. Honorable Jari Shahib, now we have to delete strictly necessary. That's subjective. So, in view of NS Act 323, Section 51 is relevant evidence. So it should read where a court of competent jurisdiction determines that the disclosure is relevant in the public interest and proportionate to the objective pursued. Speaker, I even think humbly that and proportionate to the objective pursued should also be deleted, so that it reads where a court of competent jurisdiction determines that the disclosure is relevant in the public interest. Then we end it there. Proportionate to the objective pursued are all not important in this regard. Once the court comes to the determination that is relevant in the public interest, then a decision will be made. We don't have to qualify it strictly. Well, if we have to carry it, I think that a further amendment, if it's disagreed to,
Yes. Yes, you have the floor. Let me hear Honorable Patrick Bowman. I'll come to you.
Mr. Speaker, I think this proposed amendment has to be looked at. I am not in support of it, respectfully, because the apprehension of the proponent is addressed by subsection 2 of 37(2), which gives the person who has such an information a wide range of options to follow. Because if you don't curtail that, a serving officer will bypass the established structure in the name of, me having this information and divulging it in good faith. If you are a serving officer and you have information, go through the structure. We need to protect the structure and from people dancing around the structure. That is why subsection 2 has been provided. That despite subsection 2, you have A, B, up to E to follow. And it deals and cures any apprehension from anyone who works within the system.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. So I also share your concern that the proposed amendment is problematic, but it's however for the consideration of the floor. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, this is completely misplaced. Because what we are doing here is who you can disclose information to. And it's first said that a public officer who has authority to investigate an alleged contravention of a law or to the Attorney General if the information is required for an investigation or for prosecution. That's to Attorney General. Then it talks to the Minister responsible for Foreign Affairs because of the research, personnel, if the information related to the conduct of an international affairs of the country. It then talks about Minister responsible for Defense because of external intelligence and other things. Then it talks about the Chief Justice if it is about the judiciary. Then it came to give a much broader group, including IGP, including all the others. Now you say you want to delete that and put what? What are you trying to put? It's completely misplaced. So you have to understand what the chronology, what is the whole thing about. It is to ensure that, a Minister of State, so for example,
something is happening in the transport sector. There's an intelligent person who has information that can be relayed to the transport minister. There's something happening and Speaker of Parliament needs to be informed. They can come and inform him. There's something happening to Bimbila and the MP for Bimbila needs to be informed. This is a public officer who needs to know that information. Now you say you want to delete all that and put there what? Yeah, Mr.
So in the circumstances of that nature, will you go to court for the court to the court of competent jurisdiction to determine before you can provide that information? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think that maybe we'll talk to the leader to move it to maybe the section that deals with oath of secrecy. Maybe that would be okay, because he seeks to talk about when you would disclose information and you haven't committed a crime. And there are only two possible places. Either maybe the court can determine it, or maybe you put it in the bill. When, for example, I take an oath of secrecy, and the bill gives me an opportunity to be able to talk to somebody if I see that they are committing a crime. But for this particular clause, it's just looking at how you can disclose information. It's not seeking to criminalize it or not. It's telling you who you can give the information to and who you shouldn't give the information to. I think that this brother, I thought that the clause 2 is staying. But whatever the case, clause 2 must stay, because, Mr. Speaker, clause 2 gives them, the officer and all other persons mentioned here, the broader opportunity to be able to divulge information as and when necessary. And also, we should be very careful. When you are setting up an agency, you should be very careful giving loopholes. Otherwise, people will exploit it, and tomorrow you have problems, especially giving lower level officers loopholes. If you give them loopholes, Mr. Speaker, the managers or the senior officers cannot manage them. So I think that maybe we should stand, I don't know.
Yes, Honorable Brian Achampong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the contention here arises from clause 2, which states that the National Security Coordinator or a security and intelligence agency, the agency in this case itself, may permit. So you require permission from the security coordinator before you can make a complaint about the National Security Coordinator. So what the amendment seeks to do...
No. Disclosure.
Yes,
it's talking about disclosure.
A disclosure of information about an action of the National Security Coordinator. No, I'm saying you are disclosing information. And the act is...
Honorable Brian Achampong, 37(1) is saying that an officer or employee under this act shall not disclose any information obtained in the performance of a function under this act, except as required by this act or any other enactment. Then 2 is saying that despite subsection 1, the council, the National Security Coordinator, or a security and intelligence agency may permit the disclosure of information, not complain.
Send me a message like this. It starts from here. This is how you do it regarding the long-standing issue on the woman's belongings. She's still looking for it.
Okay, it's honor.
Mr. Speaker, if in the performance of your duties, you have come across information about the council, about the coordinator, about any other person, the act is saying that you should seek the permission of the coordinator. It's there, it's in English. It is in English, and I'm reading the same thing as part of the deliberation. Is there? Mr. Speaker,
he's not talking about complaint. Why are you getting the complaint?
Despite subsection 1, The section 1 says an officer, employee under this act shall not disclose any information obtained in the performance. I understand that.
Yes.
If in the performance of my duties, I come across an information, I shall not disclose. But if the information is about the coordinator,
where is it stated that the information is about the coordinator?
Mr. Speaker, what we are saying is that the information that you have come across in the performance of your duty can be about anybody. And the coordinator is one of them. The subsection 2 is saying that if you will make that report, you should go and seek the permission of the same person. The subsection 2 says, despite subsection 1, the council, the national security coordinator, may permit the disclosure. No, I have read it. I'm the ranking member of the committee. The act.
So, are you in support of the proposed amendment in 37?
All the amendment is saying that. All the amendment is saying is that if the coordinator must permit you before you disclose, it's there in black and white. If the coordinator must permit you, what the amendment is seeking to do is that you have not committed an offense if you disclose it to these people. That is all what the amendment is seeking to do. Because other than that, it's saying that, Minister, you, the coordinator or the security agency, may permit the disclosure of that information. You, the officer, will have to go to them and they have to permit you to disclose that information. And I'm saying that if the information is about them, why do you go to them for them to permit you to disclose? So the amendment is saying that if you disclose it to the IGP, the Chief Justice, then you should be exempted from having committed an offense. That is what the amendment is saying.
No, the amendment is to the effect that delete and insert the following, as in E.
It's saying add the following new subclause. It
says subclause 2, paragraph E. Delete and insert the following.
37.
That's the amendment under consideration. That's the amendment under consideration. Maybe you are talking about something else, but not in relation to the amendment under consideration.
Speaker, it's in reference to the same thing. It's only the second part. So maybe you haven't averted your mind to it.
No, but we'll do one after the other.
Yes,
we are not
so
doing the combined this thing. Yes, but the amendment on the floor now.
Yes, Speaker.
Is
Speaker, you may
the V.
Speaker, you may proceed to.
Very well. Speaker, I'll put a question.
Just for your attention that is part of the process, and I'm happy that we are debating and bringing.
Yes. So I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment, standing in the name of Honorable Sani Alexander Kwamina Ahmed Shaib, say aye. Those against say no. All members, the amendment is not carried. VI. All members, VI, also standing in the name of Honorable Alexander Fanyomaki.
Speaker, I rise to move for the amendment of 37(3) and seek the amended the request to add the following new sub-clause, that's the amendment proposed, and it should read from 3. An officer or employee shall not commit an offense under this section where the disclosure is made in good faith to the Inspector General of Police, the Chief Justice, the Attorney General, or a parliamentary committee for the purpose of exposing illegality, abuse of authority, or gross human rights violations. Speaker, so move.
It is for the consideration of the House, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think that we should look at this clause very well. I think maybe seeking to cure 37.1. And 37.1 reads, an officer or an employee under this act shall not disclose any information obtained in the performance of a function under this act except as required by this act or any other enactment. So you are banned from disclosing any act. But if for some reason you want to disclose an act, you need permission from four categories of people. 1, the council itself, or the national security coordinator, that's the second group, person, or the security and intelligence agency. So either the external or internal. So if I am an employee, Mr. Speaker, I am banned from disclosing any information under 37. But if the information I want to disclose is about some bad act within the external branch, who do I go to?
You have the council.
And the council is unwilling to give me. The agency is unwilling to give me the permission. The coordinator is unwilling to give me the permission. It means that because remember that the coordinator is an officer of the council. The coordinator is an officer of the council. So the coordinator and the council are one and the same. So the entire security agencies want to be the referee in their own courts. Nobody else can disclose any information except they themselves give you the permission to disclose. I think that one may be dangerous. So maybe what the proposer is trying to say is that there should be a window to be able to report to other people outside these 3 categories of people without having to commit a crime. So
look at E. Look at 2E.
Yes.
2E of the bill.
But that's what I'm saying. 2E.
Proviso.
2E says that to a minister of state or a person in public service, if the disclosure of the information is essential to the public interest, I think so. I think it covers.
So it has taken care of it.
I think so. You are
right.
Despite
these particular provisions, if we bring this again.
You are right. If we are deleted to E,
yes,
as in the first clause, in the first proposal,
but E is not deleted.
But once it's not deleted, it takes care of this. You are right.
So this allows you.
No, you are right.
Yes. Yes. Honorable Brana Champon, please.
Speaker, with all due deference to the minister, it's a matter that we are all debating on. We should not be using words like we are wasting time. It has to be done cautiously.
You see, Honorable Jerry Shai,
Speaker,
I just reprimand members, particularly Nitiwood, that when somebody speaks not into the microphone, and your response is going into the microphone, go and take the Hansard and look at it. Because what really you are responding to is not captured, but your response is captured by the Hansard.
Speaker, it's a trap that I've fallen for, but
yes,
I heard.
Yes.
So, just for the purpose of...
let's hear Honorable Brana Champon. We will come
Speaker.
to Honorable Shaibu, and then we close the chapter.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I support the amendment, especially so So, making reference to the IGP, Chief Justice, and Attorney General, because it's specific. If you go through the bill, it makes reference to some specific individuals.
So let me ask you a question. Having regard to E,
yes,
are these individuals mentioned not persons in public service?
Mr. Speaker, E is talking about almost 500,000 people on the government payroll.
Yes.
But I'm saying
when it
that
is in the interest of the public.
Yes, that is talking about the 500,000 people.
Yes, so does it include the people mentioned here?
Yes, but to be specific, to avoid confusion in the mind of the person who seeks to report,
no, I think
we might as well, Mr. Speaker, if that is the case, we might as well just put the bill to read to any person in the public service. And that would have given us a much broader reach. But to be specific, so that there's no confusion in the mind of the person reporting, the leader is recommending that we should add the IGP, the Chief Justice, Attorney General, and the Parliamentary Committee for Security and Intelligence, just to make it specific. Mr. Speaker, it will not hurt. I don't think that they have a stationary issue in
having regard to our security architecture, I wonder if this will be proper, but let me hear from Shaibu, then I'll put a question. Please be brief.
Mr. Speaker, the government of 37(2) is for permission to be granted to the officer before information can be given out. So if you read 37(2) closely, despite subsection 1, the Council, the National Security Coordinator, or a security and intelligence agency may permit. So the operative word is...
Honourable members, I intend to put a question on the proposed amendment by Osahi Alexander Kwamina Afanyomaki, moved by Jerry Ahmed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The amendment is not carried. I'll put a question on the entire clause 37. As many as are in favor of clause 37 standing part of the bill say aye. As many as are in favor of clause 37 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 37 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 38.
Offences for disclosure of information and identity.
Yes. The first amendment is standing in the name of Honorable Alexander Kwamina Afanyomaki.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I rise to move for an amendment proposed by Honorable Osayin Alexander Kwamina Afanyomaki. Speaker, and it has to do with sub clause 2, line 2. That's clause 38, and it reads, less than 5 years and no more than 10 years, and insert not exceeding 10 years. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, but by practice in all our legislations, we use the word not more than and not less than. Is that not the word that we have been using? So why are we now departing from the regular legislation to not exceeding? Yes, Shaibu.
Speaker, we have been talking about consistency in our lawmaking, and so we haven't used exceeding. Please, let's just avoid introducing new words that do not make any difference.
Because the punishment set the minimum and the maximum. So if you said not exceeding, it means you are not setting the minimum. You are only setting the maximum. And every punishment, the law must set the minimum and the maximum. So if you, that's why all the laws will say not less than this and not more than this. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think that he's trying to avoid the situation of setting a minimum age of not less than 5 years. So it means that if you were to contravene this clause by sharing information illegally,
yes,
you will go to prison for not less than 5 years.
Yes.
And of course, it should not be more than 10 years. So the judge can give you 5.5 years, 6 years, like that until you get to 10 years. Is that right?
Yes.
What he's seeking to do is to give the judge the discretion of giving you 1 year, 6 months. Can give you 2 months. Because that's what he's seeking to do.
Yes.
Basically.
Yes.
Because he looks at the offense and thinks that if you give somebody 5 years because then, for some reason he has made a mistake of disclosing information,
then that is not how the proposal is supposed to be.
It should
so
set a
if
minimum.
Your minimum is, you are suggesting that the minimum should be 1 year. Then you said not
less than 1 year.
And then not more than, then you set the minimum and the maximum limit. But when you are coming to say not exceeding, so it means the judge will have a cause to say go home. Because you didn't tell the judge the minimum sentence. That is why by practice, you give the minimum and the maximum, within which the judge must exercise the discretion based on the gravity of the offense. So for every offense, there must be a minimum and a maximum punishment.
You are representing, I think that we should look at it and see whether going to prison for 5 years for disclosing that information is a good thing or not. And I think that we should reduce it. It's excessive punishment. Seriously.
So, but in the first place, let's deal with the amendment in question, so that if there is any further amendment, it can be proposed.
So, can we still look at the period whilst we are discussing this? Can we now rather revert to maybe 1 to 10 years?
That is why I'm saying that.
Or 0 to 10 years.
Having regard to the proposed amendment on the floor.
Very well, Speaker.
Unless you want to abandon the amendment, so then do so that we can deal with it.
That is abandoned, Speaker.
Very well. All members, the amendment is accordingly abandoned. Now, I'll put a question on entire clause 38 in the absence of any further amendment. If there is a further amendment, please let's do so before I put a question on entire clause 38.
Speaker, so I'm seeking to have a further amendment to say that it should rather read 0 to 10 years instead of 5 to 10 years. So less than or a minimum of 0 and not more than 10 years. Yeah, but 0 means that you can be cautioned and left.
Well, let's ask the drafter, is that what you intend to do? Sometimes punishment is supposed to be deterrent. Yes, Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, just as a point of perhaps information, Act 1030, the same, it's under offenses for disclosure of information. This has actually been lifted from Act 1030, exactly as it is in the new bill.
I believe if you go further and we look at 525,
Speaker,
526, it may be the same provision.
That is the problem with the law. And that's the reason why this is the platform to correct it.
No, you see,
we can't say that because
if a provision has served us for all these years, you should have a very good reason from departing from it.
One of the reasons
I maintain from the beginning that the essence of the current amendment is just to do away with the enactment of the ministry and the functions of the minister. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on this consideration, you made this statement that we are not changing all the acts, we are just amending certain parts. We could have been done with that and then we wouldn't be here. But if we seek to change the law, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, let us go through some parts.
Maybe you do not get the angle from which I am coming. I've even added that to change it, you must have a good reason.
526-1030
yes.
has not served us well. And we are here to make changes. People have gone to prison because the judges' hands have been tied for something very little, for information that is trivial. But because the judges' hands have been tied by the law, they had no choice. So if we have an opportunity to make these amendments, the crime has been committed, let the judge decide whether it will be a caution to go home
so as
or 10 years.
A former minister, you would want to work with 0 sentence?
Depending on the gravity of the offense. Depending on the gravity of the offense. People have gone to prison.
Yes, honorable minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my worry is former ministers in the security place saying this. Maybe because they are in opposition, they need information. But Mr. Speaker, they know the gravity. No, that was on the lighter side, obviously. Mr. Speaker, they know the gravity of some of the information that they've handled in the past and we are handling today. I mean, you carry so weighty information that sometimes I wish you can even discuss with your wife and you can't. Because you know the gravity of that information going out, how it can just destabilize. I mean, information from somebody from the intelligence can just destabilize the whole country. It can just create deaths. People can just lose their lives. So when you begin to say that, oh, this is minimum, this is, what are you going to use? Which scale are you going to measure which one is grievous and which one is not grievous? That is why it is severe for you to know that in the course of your work, you are not, the things that you get to see here, don't disclose them. If you fail to do, these are the consequences. So that people will be watchful. It's not a must that you must be in the security and intelligence agencies. You can have the right to resign. But Mr. Speaker, also remember, there is Whistleblowers Act that gives people also another route. But once you are working in this environment, you have chosen to be slave to information and zip your mouth. And you have an option to resign and go and become a parliamentarian where every day you can come in the chamber and talk the whole day. Like myself. But to say that we should make the sentencing minimum, Mr. Speaker, my only worry is that former ministers who have operated in this sphere and know the gravity of some of the information, even if you put gun on the former defense minister, I know information that he has, he would rather die than to say them because of what he knows the consequences of saying them will be. But somebody could be reckless and trade it off with peanuts. So that's why these sentences are there. And it's been there, Mr. Speaker, all these years as a guardrail. So please, let's keep the country safe. Because virtually you and I know, the only group that are left that you and I can vote on. I mean, the former defense minister is there, and you've been in the intelligence place before. Are intelligence and the defense guys. They are the only group left. If you want to open that lead too, you know the consequences. So please, let's leave it as it is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Because I think it was during your tenure of office that they brought a regulation which says that if the intelligence officer is even going to marry, the kind of person that the intelligence officer must marry must be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take this as
These are because of, these are some of the reasons.
Mr. Speaker, I take this as permission to speak. Mr. Speaker, the defense minister and myself, he was minister for 8 years, myself for 6 years. And we know what we are talking about. We are not talking about information that comes to us or some of our senior subordinates. This act also covers the gate man standing at national security. If you ask him, is the coordinator there, and he says that the coordinator, I've not seen him, or the coordinator has left, he's going to prison for 5 years because he's disclosed information. Mr. Speaker, that is what, so let the judge decide the gravity of the offense, whether the person gets 6 years. In this case, if you are saying minimum of 5, a maximum of 10, whether the person is getting 6 years, 7, 8, 9, or 10. Once that decision is to be made by a judge, all we are saying is that caution is also a form of punishment. Go and sin no more. A fine is a caution. So bring the minimum sentence to the barest minimum and leave the decision of the length of the sentence to the judge. That is all we are saying.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment, yes. I think we take the last comment and then we'll put a question.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Are we looking at clause 38? 38.2. Clause 38. Yeah, 38.2. So you have to read one first. So I should read one to show that I understand. Okay. Subject to the Constitution and to Section 37, a person shall not disclose any information obtained by that person or to which that person had access in the performance of functions under this Act, or to which that person had access in the administration or enforcement of this Act, and from which there can be inferred. This is the operative word.
Yes.
This is the operative word. From which there can be inferred the identity of any other person who is or was a confidential source of information or assistance to agencies under this Act, or B, a person who is or was an employee engaged in covert operational activities of the security and intelligence agencies. Mr. Speaker, in some jurisdictions, you will be hanged. You will be hanged. 5 years, 5 years, 5 years, that's too generous.
Yes, it is not any ordinary information.
That is too generous. That
as in the case of
you are a member of the agency, you are involved in implementing the agency's mandate administratively, and you go and disclose the identity of an informant or the identity of an agent involved in covert operation, and you are talking about 5 years? Who even said 5 years? 5 years too generous. Because that disclosure can lead to the person losing his life. You only need to read books about the Mossad and the operations and what usually will happen. Once you disclose the identity of the person, he will be killed. He will be killed. So why should you, a professional, disclose the identity and think that we should just, hand you a caution and then say you should go home? I mean, where have you ever heard that?
Yes.
But I can't understand that coming from a former minister for national security. Because you must do whatever it takes to protect your operatives. Your operatives must know that when they take the risk to engage in a covert operation, nothing will be done to compromise their identity. Nothing. Why? Somebody can take money and disclose the information and just go to prison for 5 years, come out and enjoy the booty. So I even think the 5 years is too generous. So I beg you, let's leave it. If we even raise the bar, let's not reduce it. Because in my view, actually the bar should be raised. Because I will not work for an intelligence agency if I know that if my identity is compromised, the person who compromises it is going to go to prison for only 5 years.
Oh, you are the last. You are the last one because, Mr. Speaker, you see, majority leader may be passionate, but if you read it well, who is prohibited from the information being disclosed to? From what you have read. So if I go to them and disclose the information to the president, I'll go for 5 years. What's the meaning of no? So who determines that?
You see, Honorable Nitiwood, we came from 36, 37, before getting to 38, that is creating the offenses. So the previous provisions guides as to who and the circumstances that the information can be disclosed. And those circumstances are not being criminalized. But it is outside those circumstances, that's why they are providing for a punishment. And honourable members, let us not trivialize this. It's not just like a security at the gate stating that the minister is there. No. This is talking about the identity of a covered person. It's such a serious issue. So we should not trivialize it by saying that the punishment should be from 0. Oh no.
I think that I'm getting more aligned to the majority leader's submission. Say that I want to find out. Majority leader, since you made the submissions, I want to find out from you. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Samuel Ablako-Kujato, who went to Chatham House to make some disclosures, can it be a part of the 5 years to 10 years? Does he find himself within the remit of 5 to 10 years?
Mr. Speaker, if you watch CNN and the international news outlets, yesterday, in Iran, I'm told that somebody was executed because they suspected him of disclosing information leading to the identity. Mr. Speaker,
let us remember that we are at the consideration stage of a bill.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, but that question is not even a question. It's not even a question. The reason is that what information did the minister disclose? Yes, what information did he disclose? And how did that information disclose? How did that information disclose? Is that okay? Disclose the identity of anybody engaged in a covert operation.
Honorable members, I think we have come to a point that
the minister said,
Jerry Ahmed, you don't have the floor.
Is now Honorable for Ahmed, America to attack
Honorable Jerry
ISIS.
Ahmed, you don't have the floor. I think I would have to put a question on the issue so that we don't. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Ghana became the base for America to launch operations because you passed an agreement. You approved. Nitu, what was the first minister?
Honorable members,
he signed
let us not deviate
with the Americans, which
honorable members, let us not deviate from the bill. I intend not to open debate on this issue. I will therefore put a question on clause 38. As many as are in favor of clause 38 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 38 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 39.
Mr. Speaker.
Clause 39. Honorable Nitiwood, you don't have the floor.
But you mentioned my name.
Honorable Nitiwood, you don't have the floor, with all due respect. Clause 39.
Let me expunge it. Mr. Speaker.
Clause 39.
I have the right to respond, otherwise you expunge it. Because I never signed for a base in Ghana. Never have I. I have never signed for a military base in Ghana. If you have signed for a military base,
amendment, Honorable Nitiwood, with all due respect.
So let him withdraw.
You are a former senior. I give you that particular respect.
But Mr. Speaker,
so in a situation where you put on a microphone and begin to talk without giving the audience or catching the eyes of the speaker, is delving into a different realm altogether. I decided to truncate the argument because we are trying to deviate from the bill under consideration into other tangential matters. So clause 39, chairperson of the committee, you have the floor. Clause 39. Chairperson of the committee, clause 39. Let him move the amendment. If you have an issue, we can deal with it. Yes, clause 39. The microphone is on.
Right Honourable Speaker, amendment proposed for clause 39, delete. I so move.
The proposal is to delete clause 39, which is disclosure before Parliament. Any contrary view? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I don't understand why the chair is proposing this, because if you look at the disclosure before Parliament and what it entails, I think that it's only fair that it's here. It's been there all these years. I don't know why we want to take it out. If the chair could give some explanation why we want this out.
Well, Honourable Minister, we've progressed to establish a committee, and the members of the committee are being enjoined by our rules to take oath before they can sit at the committee to listen to the officers from the national security. So if by this act you are saying that an officer or employee of a security and intelligence agency under this act shall not be required to produce before Parliament a document or any other evidence when the Speaker certified that the document or any other evidence belong to a class of, yes, Minister, you are right. So why are you trying to delay this?
Right Honourable Speaker, the committee, in consultation with 3 of our consultants, actually deliberated on this issue extensively. And the concern was that this specific provision would give a way out for decreased parliamentary oversight. And it was the opinion of the committee, not just of myself, Mr. Speaker, that this would be problematic in terms of parliamentary oversight and international best practice.
I beg to differ, because it is not every information that can be given to the committee. That is why there is a leeway here that if given the information will be prejudicial to the security of the Republic, the Speaker will then order that the information should not be given. So I believe this is a very good buffer. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, there are some safeguards even under the 39(2), which gives the Speaker or the Council the right to refer such documents to the Supreme Court in accordance with Article 135. So, with your kind permission, I'm sure everybody has the Constitution here, that the Supreme Court shall have exclusive jurisdiction to determine whether an official document shall not be produced in court because its production or disclosure of its contents will be prejudicial to the security of the state or will be injurious to the public interest. So it's very important we keep these provisions, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Well, if the Constitution confers on the Supreme Court the ultimate authority to determine whether information should be disclosed or not, is it within our purview to go and confer on the Speaker the authority to decide? Something that the Constitution says can only be decided by the Supreme Court. That's what the Constitution says. That if there is an issue about whether or not a document should be disclosed, that it has to go to the Supreme Court. What authority do we have to sit here and amend the Constitution and say, no, the Speaker can make such a determination? And it is only if we disagree with the position of the Speaker or the Council, then we go to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court the Constitution is clear that anytime there is a dispute, so if officers appear before a parliamentary committee and say we cannot disclose this information, it's not for the Speaker to decide, no, you can disclose this information. It is only the Supreme Court. So I agree with the committee that that should be dropped because we'll be interfering with the powers of the Supreme Court by conferring that authority on a Speaker of Parliament. I think the committee is right in this regard.
You see, the Speaker's certification is also constitutional. Let's look at 128. 121. 2A. It reads, a public officer shall not be required to produce before Parliament a document where the Speaker certifies that the document belongs to a class of documents, the production of which is injurious to the public interest. So this particular provision is in tandem with Article 121A. So it doesn't derogate from the Constitution. Deleting it rather will contravene the provisions of the Constitution. So the law does not make it an exclusive preserve.
I think even 121 makes it easy for all of us. 121 consciously distinguishes between information injurious to the public interest and information of a national security character. You see, so we are dealing here with a legislation on national security. So we are dealing with a class of information that relates to national security. So even in 121, the class of information related to national security is not even within the purview of the Speaker. It is only information that is potentially injurious to the public interest. It can be information about anything. It can be a moral issue, it can be a health issue, it can be a sanitation, it can be any other matter. It may have nothing to do with disclosing information about the identity of agents, disclosing information about covert operations and etc. Even that within the constitutional architecture of Article 121 is the preserve of National Security Council and not the Speaker. Where there is doubt as to the nature of a document, such as is referred to in Clause 2 of this article, the Speaker or the National Security Council, as the case may be, shall refer the matter to the Supreme Court. So again, two classes of information. Information injurious to the public interest, is that okay? And information injurious to national security. So what 3 does is to say that in these 2 instances, is that okay? If it is information injurious to national security, refer it to the Supreme Court. If it is information injurious to the public interest, not okay, that one also refer it. So the 2 tracks are still maintained in 3. The 2 tracks are still maintained in 3. So my argument is that we are passing a legislation on national security, and not every matter injurious to the public, interest. So automatically, we are dealing with information under 1212B. 1212B. No. There's a matter injurious to the public interest. It may not be about intelligence operations or covert operations and intelligence-related matters. It can be any matter. It can be matter about the identity of anything, a doctor, not a corporate, a covert operation. I'm saying that here, yes, it can be about the ownership of a Maybach, of a jet, or anything. It can be about the ownership of anything. But this bill is about covert operations, about intelligence officers, about their identities, and we are seeking to protect that. And we are saying that even before a committee, we cannot compel intelligence officers to provide the information. If we want to compel them to provide the information, we will have to go to the Supreme Court if they say that this is protected information. If we reduce it and say a speaker can give clearance, I mean, we will be downgrading an arrangement that the Constitution has put in place. That is my strong conviction.
Honourable Minority Leader, you see, Honourable Majority Leader, with all due respect, if you look at the provision, it says the Supreme Court, but it is the same Constitution, knowing very well that the Supreme Court may not have exclusive preserve in this matter, give room in 121 for Speaker to certify. So if the legislation is in all force with the 121, we can say that legislation should be deleted, such that any matter before the committee will not, the Speaker will not certify as indicated in the Constitution, but it must go before the Supreme Court. On this note, I beg to disagree with you that this particular provision staying in the bill will not offend the spirit and letter of the Constitution. Yes, Chairperson.
Right, Honourable Speaker. With regards to this specific provision, international best practice with regards to the governance of national security and intelligence agencies is exactly about why we are concerned with this provision. At the very least, we may make reference to Article 121 of the Constitution, because this specific provision is not Article 121. It has given a slightly different interpretation which we are concerned will serve as a loophole. Prior to the establishment of the Security and Intelligence Committee, Mr. Speaker, I was a member of the Defense and Interior Committee, and I'm very much aware of the number of times we were not given access to very important information based on the fact that we were supposed to be a committee that did not have that level of clearance. So, Mr. Speaker, the concern with this provision is the fact that our ability to conduct our oversight role as Parliament might be impaired by the inclusion of this provision in the Act. Mr. Speaker, this was one of the provisions that was extensively discussed with the committee, with external consultants who are security sector governance experts.
So, Honorable Chairperson, if you delete it in this law, but the provision in the Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land, above and beyond which no further law exists, stays as it is, can the Speaker of Parliament certify that the document belongs to a class of documents, the production of which is injurious to the public interest, therefore it will not be disclosed before the committee, based on the provisions of the Constitution? So if the Speaker, based on the provisions of the Constitution, can do that, what difference does it make if same provision is in the law? Unless the Constitution is amended.
Mr. Speaker, in which case we have no problem with this being lifted out of the Constitution as it is, rather than in the form that it's presented.
Yes, so
in
I
the
will
bill.
direct the drafters to fine-tune this particular provision in line with Article 121 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, instead of having it deleted. Therefore, I'll put a question subject to the direction to the drafters. All those in favor of clause 39 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 39 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 40.
Consequential amendments.
Clause 40.
Application of Evidence Act 1975, NRCD 323.
Chairperson of the committee. Chairperson of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker. 40, we have no proposed amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 40? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 40 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 41.
Protection of employees.
Chairperson of the committee.
No amendment proposed, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 41, standing part of the bill, say aye. As many as are in favor of clause 41, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 41 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 42.
Regulations.
Chairperson of the committee, IX.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Clause 42, amendment proposed. Subclause 2, delete and insert the following. 2, without limiting subsection 1, the regulations may provide
As advertised on the order paper.
Very well.
Page 20. Honourable members, it is for your consideration. Honourable Brian Champon, are you on your feet to speak on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we hurriedly went through 41, and I don't...
No, you have to move IX first.
We don't know.
Clause 42, IX, subclause 1, line 1. Delete me and insert shall. Please, Please take the amendment IX before X. You have the floor.
Right Honourable Speaker, for clause 42, there is another amendment proposed, which is subclause 1, line 1, to delete may and insert shall. I so move.
Members, it is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? I'll put the question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the chairperson of the committee to clause 42 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, go and move X. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You are so very kind. Mr. Speaker, we hurriedly went through 41, which I'm not too sure if we all understood what we're talking about. Now, we are saying that every national security operative has the powers of a police officer. That is what 41 seeks to do. I'm not too sure if we read it properly. National security officers are national security officers. By saying today that national security officers now have the powers of police officers, 41, I'm not too sure if that is what we see.
Honorable member, with all due respect, when we got to clause 41, I asked the chairperson of the committee whether there is an amendment. The chairperson said there is no proposed amendment to clause 41. And I said it is for the consideration of the House. If you have a proposed amendment, all you need to do is to be on your feet and propose the amendment. So what then is your proposed amendment?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 41 is conferring the same rights and powers conferred by law on police officers in the performance of their functions on national security operatives. So staff of the National Security Coordinator's Office now have the powers of police officers.
Yes.
Order. Staff of the National Security Coordinator's Office are not personnel or agents of a security and intelligence agency. We have, we have defined security and intelligence agencies, and that definition did not include the National Security Coordinator's Office staff. So all those people that are engaged, that they are, personnel of National Security Coordinator's Office are not. They are not the categories of people that are being given the same status as police officers. We are talking about the professional officers in the recognized security and intelligence agencies. Properly so-called.
Yes, what is your amendment? Can we make progress?
Mr. Speaker.
With the explanation.
Yes, the definitions are nowhere to be found. The definitions are nowhere to be found. If we are talking about 41 is clear, subject to an officer or employee of the Security and Intelligence Agency. Exactly.
Well, and hold it. When we get to clause 43, interpretation, you can ask that we provide a definition for it, and that solves the problem. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I see the attention that he's drawing, and he's right. The emphasis should be the intelligence agency, not security and intelligence. But when you say the intelligence agency, it's been defined as the internal and external, and restricts it to only this category. So an officer of the NIB can effect arrest and do all those things. but not the general security and intelligence. So what we simply may have to do is to delete the security and leave it as intelligent agencies. So that it may read, Mr. Speaker, the 42, that the council may, 41, subject to the Constitution, an officer or employee of an intelligence agency has in the performance of functions under this Act the same rights and powers conferred by law on a police officer in the performance of the function and has the same protection, so that we restrict it to only the internal and external agencies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The proposed amendment is for the constitution of the House. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those are against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 41 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on entire clause 41. Again, as many as are in favor of clause 41 standing part of the bill as amended say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. So, Chairperson, you may not move the amendment in X as advertised.
Right Honourable Speaker, amendment proposed for clause 42 as advertised. I so move.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairperson of the committee at page 20, as advertised, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on entire clause 42. As many as are in favor of clause 42 as amended standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 42 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 43.
Interpretation.
Yes, Chairperson of the committee.
Right Honourable Speaker, this specific amendment proposed would be predicated on the decision of the House regarding whether or not there will be a Deputy National Security Coordinator maintained in the Act.
Well, by the law that we have passed, is there a position for Deputy National Coordinator?
No.
Yes, so this amendment becomes odious.
Very well. So I will abandon this amendment.
Very well. Then take XII.
I think we'll have to abandon this proposal as well.
Also abandoned.
Yes.
Then we'll go to XIII.
Amendment proposed definition of district chief executive. Delete and insert the following. District chief executive includes a metropolitan chief executive and a municipal chief executive.
Honourable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment as in 43 XIII is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, 43 IV.
Amendment proposed, add the following new definition. District Coordinating Director includes a Metropolitan Coordinating Director and a Municipal Coordinating Director. I so move.
Members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. XV.
Amendment proposed, definition of District Security Council. Insert the following. District Security Council includes a Metropolitan Security Council and a Municipal Security Council.
Members, any further amendment? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Honourable members, if you will not do the voting, at least remain silent and listen to the proceedings. Honourable Gumado, kindly take your seat. Kindly take your seat. 43, XVI. Chairperson of the committee.
Amendment proposed. Definition for minister, line 1. After minister, delete responsible and insert assigned responsibility for. I so move.
Honourable members, it is for consideration. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. XVI 43. Yes, standing in the name of Osahini Alexander Apanyomaki. Honorable Jerry Ahmed, we have amendment as in XVI, standing in the name of the minority leader.
Speaker, I rise to take the amendment proposed by the minority leader, Alexander Afenyo-Markin. SVII. Speaker, I'm sorry, I think what I'm getting is different. Let me come back. Let me just capture it properly and come back.
In view of the fact that his amendment regarding the national security threat has not been carried, do we still provide definition for national security threat?
Speaker, I don't know if that has been captured as part of the definitions, but if not, then my advice is to abandon it.
Yes, so amendment is abandoned. We then move to propose amendment XVIII. Chairperson of the committee.
Amendment proposed. Add the following new definition. Security services mean the services connected with national security as determined by the council. I so move.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed, are you on your feet? Yes, as many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairperson of the committee to clause 43, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. I will then put a question on the entire clause 43 as variously amended. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 43 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 44.
Repeal and savings.
Chairperson of the committee.
Amendment proposed, subclause 2, line 6, after until, insert revoked.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 44, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the chairperson of the committee to clause 44 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, the entire clause 44. As many as in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 44 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 45.
Consequential amendments.
Chairperson of the committee.
Amendment proposed, subclause 3, delete.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the deletion of clause 45, subclause 3, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it, the proposed amendment is carried. Now, a question on the entire clause 45. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 45 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Our members, the schedule. Yes, clause 46.
Transitional provisions.
Chairperson of the committee.
Committee has no advertised.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to clause 46, a transitional provision. In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the transitional provision standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 46, the transitional provision is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now the schedule.
Forms of oath.
Chairperson of the committee, any proposed amendment?
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker. For the schedule, amendment proposed, oath of secrecy on taking office, line 3.
Let me put a question on the oath of office first. I'll put a question on the oath of office. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Our members, the oath of office is ordered to stand part of the bill. Oath of allegiance. I'll put a question in the absence of any advertised amendment, so that when we come to the oath of secrecy, you can do your amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The oath of allegiance is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, the oath of secrecy on leaving office. Chairperson of the committee.
Right Honourable Speaker, are you making reference to the oath of secrecy on leaving office?
Yes.
Or?
The schedule. That's where you have your amendment.
The amendment proposed is for taking office, not leaving office, Mr. Speaker.
Well, that is rather on the second. So let me put a question on the third and go back to the second. I'll put a question on oath of secrecy on leaving office. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
The amendment proposed, oath of secrecy on taking office, line 3, delete and insert any. I so move.
It is for the consideration of the House. All members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, yes?
Mr. Speaker, does it mean that you will have to be under this oath in perpetuity? Really? Really? Oath of secrecy on leaving office in perpetuity?
Yes.
But we have national security coordinators who have written books, Quantin and Co.
But they did not do a disclosure which will offend
writing a book.
The law.
All right, thank you.
As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I have to put a question on the entire schedule. Let's come to the long title. Yes, there are some outstanding clauses for the committee to work on. You have done it. If you have done it, let's go back and take it.
Now, clause 14. Clause 14 was in the name of Honorable Kojo Nkrumah. Would a member move the amendment on his behalf? (14) has to do with the appointment under 195. He is of the view that it should be under Article 70 instead of 195. And I think by a debate of the House, we've come to a conclusion that doing it under Article 70 will give the National Security Coordinator an independent constitutional status like those there, which may in effect be problematic because they are not creating the office as an independent constitutional body. That's why we have the ministerial responsibility.
I'll pray that a vote is taken so that at least that is captured.
Very well.
Yes.
I'm putting a vote on the amendment in clause 14 by Honorable Kojo Nkrumah. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The amendment is not carried. Now, clause 16. Clause 16, sub-clause 2, delete. The debate is to continue. Honourable members, the floor is now open. Honourable members, I think this was also clear. The essence of the deletion is that appointment under Article 192, 195 is in twofold. Either the President will do it himself, and clause 2 of that article says the President can delegate. So, because of that, the committee does not deem it necessarily having it maintained here. Once the appointments are going to be under Article 195, the 1 and 2 shall apply. That's the essence for the deletion. A question on clause 16. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 16 is ordered to be deleted. Clause 16 sub clause 2 is ordered to be deleted. Now clause 17. This amendment is in the name of Honorable Kojo Nkrumah. It's been deferred. It's been moved and deferred. Now, debate is to continue. The floor is open for debate. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, at 16 you said you were deleting sub clause 2.
Yes.
That's, with the greater respect, Mr. Speaker, the President may, in accordance with Clause 2 of Article 195 of the Constitution, delegates the power of appointment under this section. That's why we are deleting.
Yes. And then Clause 1 will read, the President shall, in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution, appoint. And Article 195 is in 1 and 2. So once the President is appointing under the whole of Article 195, he can delegate under 195 too.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Then I come to the 17. Yes. I agree with my colleague, Honorable Kodio Pankuma is here. Mr. Speaker, the reason why what he's doing may be problematic for us, for example, if you look at the external agencies, he's going to elaborate virtually all the details that they do. It is a huge exposure as compared to we putting them together and saying that this is done, and in that way find a way of neatly not really overexposing our external intelligence gentlemen and ladies. Because, for example, to say that if you look at his proposed amendment, and in particular F, conduct due diligence on foreign entities and high-profile personalities, including ambassadors, designates or high commissioners designate, and profile persons of interest. I mean, which country will allow your external agency into any meeting? It is not said, but we know all around the world that these are things that are done. So, Mr. Speaker, I will be happy if we draw this amendment and allow it to stand as in the bill, because it carries, what you look at in the bill, what is we have in the bill, carries the sense of what we really want them to do without necessarily exposing the fine details of which activities that they are carrying. So I'll be grateful that we'll put the question on this and then be able to put it to rest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Minister for Interior, because there is nowhere in the world that you legislate and expose people who gather intelligence for you. It's for good reason that officers at the research department are placed under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, even though they don't report directly to the Foreign Minister. They report to the National Security Coordinator or the National Security Council. Nobody does that. And that is why there are certain things we cannot even say on the floor as to what they do and where they are placed even at our missions. Because if their cover is blown, they cannot even be allowed to enter certain places, because you need passes to enter certain places. Why will America allow you to enter the White House if you are designated as an external intelligence officer? Your cover is blown. Yes, your cover is blown. So nowhere, no civilized jurisdiction legislates and elaborate on this, and I think it has to be struck out. Thank you.
Well, honourable members, if it is not withdrawn, I'll be compelled to put a question. Honourable members, I'll put a question on the proposed amendment by Kojo Nkrumah to Clause 17. Yes.
Speaker, I think that would abandon him.
Very well. Yeah. The proposed amendment is abandoned. I will then come to Clause 17, amendment in IV. It's in the name of Osahin Alexander Kwame Nafanyomaki.
Speaker, is it in reference to Clause 17?
Yes. At page 19.
Yes, I have that. There are two amendments. Is it the first one? The 17. So
we have dealt with the V, as in 37.
Yes.
So it's only the IV.
Speaker, is it VI or IV?
IV.
Yes, Speaker, subclause 1, paragraph A, line 3. After constitutes, delete threats to national security and insert a specific and identifiable threat to national security as defined under this Act. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, that's the proposed amendment standing in the name of Honourable Alexander Afanyo Markins. Any further amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any further amendment, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not too sure if we abandon Kojo Oponkome's amendment.
Honourable members, we are now talking about clause 17 as in IV.
Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave for us to revisit some sections of Oponkome's amendment.
Well, honourable members, what I normally don't do is that if there is a clause under consideration and we haven't finished that clause and you want to take me back, I have a problem. So wait, when we are dealt with this clause, then you can see whether you can review the decision of the House, because it is not my decision. I really put a question and then. Honourable members, I am putting the question on the amendment as in IV, standing in the name of Alexander Kwamena Afanyo Markin, as moved by the Deputy Whip. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the amendment is not carried. Honourable members, I will then put a question on the entire clause 17. As many as are in favor of clause 17 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 17 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave to revisit the amendments as made by Honourable Oponkoma, some sections of it, and if added to the functions of the internal and external security agencies, it will be helpful. Mr. Speaker, for example,
Honourable members, with all due respect, this amendment has been abandoned. So having abandoned the amendment, there is nothing before us to propose an amendment to. So you have to go to the original rendition. And if you have a proposed amendment to the original rendition, you do so based on the original rendition. Because the original rendition is what stands before us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the direction. Mr. Speaker, I seek to make some further amendments in terms of addition to the functions of the internal and external security agencies. The Speaker, specifically to the internal security agencies, to include or to add, provide intelligence to aid in the formulation of government policies and programs, which is something that they do anyway. It seeks to make it a function. But the Speaker, there is a challenge with collaboration when it comes to the national security agencies. And the amendment which seeks to, which the Oponkome's amendment of G, and I want to lift the whole line to be inserted, conduct investigation in collaboration with relevant security agencies. I think that is a good addition. But the Speaker, we all know that national security also supports in the protection of VVIPs. It is something that they do. And most of the time, you find the police people having challenges with national security operatives when in the protection of VVIP. So, Mr. Speaker, the provision that says that to support the protection for the presidency, if you go to the presidency, you have a lot of security officers there, and they always challenges with the police and the soldiers there. So the security and intelligence agencies should support the provision of security protection for the presidency, visiting diplomats, and other persons with diplomatic immunity, and designated public officials. And then also which is also very, very important and has become a thorny issue of where the National Security Coordinator takes their instructions from. Mr. Speaker, I will want us to insert, perform any other functions for intelligence purposes as directed by the Council or the Minister. Or the Minister. That insertion should be made as part of the functions of the...
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. Any other contrary view? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the noes have it. The amendment is not carried. Honourable members, I will direct the drafters to provide a definition for national security threats in the interpretation. Now, honourable members, let's come to the long title.
An act to provide for matters relating to the National Security Council, to establish the regional security councils, the district security councils, to specify some of the state agencies responsible for coordinating and implementing government policies on the security of the state and attendant issues on or relating to the internal and external security of Ghana, and to provide for related matters.
Yes, Chairperson, any proposed amendment to the long title?
Right, Honourable Speaker, we have no proposed amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to the long title? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the long title standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, ayes have it. The long title is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. That brings us to the end of the consideration stage of the Security and Intelligence Agencies Bill 2025. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, may we take item number 19 on page 22 of the order paper.
Yes, Honorable Jerry Ahmed, the application is to take the procedural motion number 19.
Speaker, I see the minister being a part of this process, and that is supposed to be commended. So I'm not sure I would have to object to anything.
Yes, Minister for Interior, you may move motion number 19. Now, where we are, there is no referral to Unowi. Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that notwithstanding the provision of Order 1721 of the Standing Orders, which requires that when a bill has passed through the constituting state, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until at least one sitting day has elapsed. The motion for the third reading of the Security and Intelligence Agency Bill 2025 may be moved today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion move. Any seconder?
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Motion move and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, this is a procedural motion. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes. Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, motion number 20.
Yes. Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that...
Wait, we are seeking for clearance, yes.
Speaker, you can tell the speed. Against the backdrop that we just allowed motion 19 to proceed, we are minded that everything is carried in a smoother manner, but the speed, we should speed cautiously, that's all.
Yes, Minister for Interior. Minister for Interior.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that I rise to move that the motion displayed, advertised on order paper of today, item 20, that the Security and Intelligence Agency Bill 2025 be now read the third time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, motion ably moved. Any seconder?
I rise to second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Now, members, I'll put a question. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to provide for matters relating to the National Security Council, to establish the regional security councils, the district security councils, to specify some of the state agencies responsible for coordinating and implementing government policies on the security of the state and attendant issues on or relating to the internal and external security of Ghana, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Security and Intelligence Agencies Bill 2025 is duly read for the third time and passed. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, may I pray that we take the item number 1 as advertised on order paper addendum, so that we can. Oh, we are late.
Youth, Speaker, it is very important for people to go by their words and their deeds. We agreed that we are not laying anything today. No, what is the overall? We agreed, Speaker. It's becoming way too many that when people speak, they are the same people that do U-turns. Speaker, we are not going to do this today. Speaker, we have been very supportive throughout the period. What else? What do you want? We are not laying anything. When it is even for us to even allow 2 days to elapse for matters to be dealt with, we still let it slide. Why? What are you laying? This is a matter, Speaker.
I agree perfectly with you.
Yes, Speaker.
We need to engage. We need to have an understanding.
Speaker, that is all.
In the circumstances, I would want us to limit ourselves to only the presentation of the report for distribution to members as we take the motion another day.
Speaker, you know that naturally. Speaker,
yes,
you know,
the report. It's a report, not a paper.
Speaker, you know that naturally I won't oppose any
respectful instruction from you. But Speaker, this cannot be going on. Speaker, no. Speaker, as we speak, they don't even have the numbers. They are not even 30. Speaker, I'll raise forum. They let them go ahead.
You see, for me, I'm saying so because this will avoid the instances where members will come and say they don't have the report ahead of
Speaker, that is the truth. That is why it should be well prepared. Speaker, we've done a lot of work today. We sat on this Security and Intelligence Act. We've just been able to pass it. We haven't had any interruptions. We haven't caused any problems. We've been supportive throughout. Speaker, what's the urgency in all of this? Against the backdrop that, please, I'm on my feet when I finish. Speaker, against the backdrop that this same lithium, we cautioned them, we warned them, and they rushed it, and we are back here. And we are just coming to rush it again. What is the rush, Speaker?
No.
What's the rush?
You see, Jerry, as for this, it has been presented to the House already, and the House referred it to a committee. Now, it is the committee's report that they are seeking to lay. They are not seeking to lay the lithium agreement. It's been laid, referred to a committee, and it is a committee's report that is being laid.
Oh, Speaker, let the record reflect that this is not the agreement that is being laid or presented.
Yes, the argument is that before you come in, if it is not laid, the report is ready, but the report cannot be distributed.
Yes, my brother. Let us lay the committee's report. This is committee or
Honorable Patrick Yawama, if it is not laid, the report cannot be distributed to members.
Speaker, may I be heard in this matter? Speaker, just last week, when I presented a business statement, the minority bemoaned the fact that there are a lot of referrals before committees that are still outstanding. And the Lands and Natural Resources Committee has considered one of their referrals, and they are presenting a report. And Jerry says that we cannot lay the report. So I plead with you that let us lay the report. We are just laying the report. Then we can go back to the substantive order paper. And then do this the order. Oh, Jerry, I brought this to you over 2 hours ago. Speaker. Yes. So this is the order paper addendum. I personally brought it to the leadership. So, Speaker, let's proceed to lay. Then we can go back to the substantive order paper and take the bill on University of Engineering and Agricultural Sciences, Mr. Speaker. Yes. We'll do it. We want to lay this and continue with consideration of the University of Engineering and Agricultural Sciences.
Speaker, my view, Speaker, I'm not a difficult person. We shouldn't create the impression that they are now bringing it to me. Speaker, you can see. They are now bringing and you want me to swallow it, hook, line, and sinker. Let us go through it. The rush in pushing everything is becoming way too many. Let us go through the process. It's just tomorrow. Let us deal with the legal education reform or the universities bill, agricultural science, engineering, agricultural matter. Let's do that. Can't just be laying things and be. Well, but I'm talking. So if you want to, I'm raising issues of quorum, and the speaker is guided. Yes, you are not 37. You are not 37. You don't have the numbers to do business. So if you want to insist, go ahead.
The University of Engineering and Agricultural Sciences Bill 2026 at consideration stage.
Yes, I think we've done this particular bill up to a certain clause. So the other paper cannot be correct starting from clause 2, 3. Yes, let's do this. You can engage during the period. Yes. So clause 8, is that correct? We are now moving to clause 9. Table office gathers.
Meetings of the council.
Or we did 9, we are left with 10. Okay, we are going to 10.
Disclosure of interest.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 10 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11.
Establishment of committees.
Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 11?
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question to clause 11. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 11 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 12.
Allowances.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 12 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 12 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 17. No, clause 13.
Principal officers of the investee.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question on clause 13. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 13 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 14.
Chancellor of the investee.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? There to stand part of the bill. Clause 16.
Vice Chancellor of the investee.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, clause 16, amendment proposed. Subclause 4, line 2, after term, insert of 2 years. I so move.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any further amendment? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 16 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Chairman? VI. 16 VI, Chairman of the committee. Very well. This is standing in the name of Honorable Alexander Kwamina Afenyo Markins.
Sorry, Speaker, clause 16, amendment proposed. Add the following new subclause. The appointment of the Vice Chancellor shall be made through an open, competitive, and transparent process, and the Council shall publish the criteria and outcome of the selection process in the Gazette and in at least 2 newspapers of national circulation. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, Honorable Jerry Ahmed. All these processes are regulated by the Charter of the Universities. The statute, we call it charter. It's the statute of the university. So why are we saying we should enact it here? And apart from that, all the universities doesn't have this provision. They are contained in the statute of the university. Why are we bringing this one in the enactment?
Speaker, but why is the vote a threat? That's why it's democracy. So whether you say you want to vote, it doesn't affect anybody's person. Speaker, I've had some advice from my colleague, Dr. Che, and so it will be appropriate to abandon it. Thank you.
Well, I'll put a question on the entire clause 16. As many as are in favor of clause 16 as amended standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 16 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 17.
Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Subclause 3, line 2, after term in set of 2 years. I so move.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 17. Amendment standing in the name of Osahin Alexander Kwamina Afanyo Makins.
Speaker, I rise to move an amendment proposed by Osahin Alexander Kwamina Afanyo Makin and clause 17. The amendment proposed is sub-clause 3, line 2, after term in set of 2 years. Speaker, I so propose. So move.
Well, the difference here is that he is saying the term of office should not be 2 years, but it should be 3 years. And eligible for another 3 years.
Yes.
So, Chairman, what is your response?
Mr. Speaker, this issue was discussed at the committee level. Mr. Speaker, the Vice Chancellor has 3 years for 2 terms only. Now, for the post or the position of a pro-Vice Chancellor, there are so many professors in the universities, and they need to experience this leadership. So if you make it 3-3, that means they are going to serve 6 years, just as the Vice Chancellor. So we feel, the committee feels that if it is 2-2, it is better so that many other professors can take advantage of the position and then enrich themselves in their knowledge.
What is the practice in other universities?
Mr. Speaker, the standard is 2 years.
Yes, the proponent of the amendment.
Speaker, we believe that the 3 years should be seriously considered. Speaker, a Vice Chancellor who is appointed for 2 years, they start their real business or task of managing the affairs of the university, and then just around the time, then they are expected to be taken out of the office. Speaker, there is the consideration for them to come again. Speaker, that is also not automatic. So even if you are able to do the first 3 years and you don't even get to come the second 3 years, then that is actually more acceptable. This is the case that you have the Constitutional Review Committee that is even asking that we should look at the terms of precedence, including now extending the period to about 5 years or more. So if a vice chancellor is given room to operate for 3 years, and based on the person's capacity and ability to perform, the pro-vice chancellor, the pro-vice chancellor's ability to perform, there is the consideration for that person to come back, Speaker, then it makes it a better opportunity for the person to perform some more, rather than to give a short term of just 2 years. Speaker, that is our
Well,
view.
I ask of the practice in other universities so that we can be consistent. But if you insist, yes, Deputy Minister for Education.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must always look at best practices and what is the case in matters of this nature. As was rightly pointed out by the chair of the committee, this issue came up for vigorous debate during the committee's consideration of this proposed bill. And strongly, we believe that 2 years, subject to renewal, is the best way to go for a pro-vice chancellor. Clearly, it is not the normal practice that you would have both the vice chancellor and the pro-vice chancellor in the same institution serving in office for the same number of years. This is not standard practice, and there is no reason why we should deviate from what is generally the standard practice. I'm grateful.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Speaker, thank you very much. Even though the standard practice has been 2 years, Mr. Speaker, we've been in this country whereby some vice chancellors have to go on retirement before a certain academic calendar ends, and with which we are even engaging GTech and the VCG on this issue. Mr. Speaker, I would believe that the Vice Chancellor, 2 years is quite a short time for them. Pro-Vice Chancellor, I'm dealing with Pro-Vice Chancellor. But it's got to do with Pro-Vice Chancellor, because Vice Chancellor is 4 years per the statute. We are asking that why not vary the normal 2 years to 3 years so we can have an overlap years. Mr. Speaker, the 2 years aligns with the 4 years of the Vice Chancellor. But if we can have a Vice Chancellor understudying, a Pro-Vice Chancellor understudying the Vice Chancellors, in this situation, we can have institutional memory, and in addition to the institutional memory, there's an overlap. So when there's a change in Vice Chancellor, you have the Pro-Vice Chancellor who will have at least 1 year overlap study or understudying the Vice Chancellor. So we believe that the standard practice for Pro-Vice Chancellor in our statutes have been 2 years. Let's go for the 3 years. That will help us with institutional memory and overlap during the change of Vice Chancellors.
Honorable members, I intend to put a question on the proposed amendment standing in the name of Osahi Alexander Kwamina Femi Markins. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, it's obvious the amendment is not carried. It's not carried. Now I put a question on the entire clause 17. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 17 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 18.
Academic Board.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. All those in favor of clause 18 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 18 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 19.
Composition of Academic Board.
Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, amendment proposed. Clause 19, sub-clause 1, paragraph C, delete and vice deans. I so move.
It is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, still on clause 19, XLV.
Mr. Speaker, clause 19, amendment proposed, sub-clause 1, add the following new paragraph. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to make a further amendment to the proposed amendment to read the deans of the various campuses, because we feel that the campuses may increase in the future. So if we put 3 there to create an administrative challenge, so just make it deans of the various campuses. I so move.
I'll put a question on the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee as further amended. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment as further amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Still on clause 19, XLVI.
Mr. Speaker, clause 19, amendment proposed, sub-clause 1, paragraph J, line 1, after university, delete 5 and insert 4. I so move.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 19. The proposed amendment to clause 19 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on the entire clause 19 as variously amended. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 19 as variously amended is ordered to stand part.
Functions of the Academic Board.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 20? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 20 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 20 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 21.
Committees of the Academic Board.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 21 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 21 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 22.
The Registrar.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 22 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 22 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 23.
The ayes of Finance.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 23 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 23 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 24.
Appointment of other staff.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 24?
In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 24 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 24 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 25.
Internal organization of the university.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, the advertised amendment
The
is in the
committee
name
has
of
no
the
proposed
Osayi.
amendment, I guess.
Yeah, we have
Then
no
I'll move
proposed
to give the
amendment.
floor to Osahin Alexander Kwamina Afanyo Maki to move the amendment to clause 25.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise to move the amendment proposed by Osayin Alexander Kwamina Afenyo Marking. And Speaker, it has to do with clause 25, subclause 4. Speaker, add the following subclause, and it reads, in making arrangements for the internal organization of the university under subsection 1, the council shall ensure that gender balance is promoted at all levels of academic and administrative leadership. And shall report annually to the minister on the gender composition of the university's leadership. Speaker, I so move.
While the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House, the question boils down again that all the other university bills that we have, do we have this provision? Well, there should be a good reason for having it in this one.
I reckon that, Speaker, I reckon that we do not have this clause in any of the bills that, or any of the acts we have. But that's the point I always want to make, that we are always progressing. So when new things come up, there is a reason to consider it. Maybe the way it's been couched does not really make the point we are looking at, and therefore it is okay to consider how best to get the drafting people to support in couching same, because we are also promoting gender balance. And there is the need for us to seriously consider affirmative action on some of these things. And so it is just critical that sometimes some of these things should be considered. Speaker, respectfully, that's the case I want to make on this matter.
Well, that is the view. I'm going to put a question on the proposal. Yes, Chairman of the committee. All those in favor of the proposed amendment by Osayin Alexander Kwamina Afanyo Marking say aye. Those against say no. All members, the amendment is not carried. We move to IX, also standing in the name of Alexander Afanyo Marking. Yeah, let me put a question on the entire clause 25. As many as are in favor of clause 25 standing part of the bill, say aye. As many as are in favor of clause 25 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 25 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 26.
Funds of the university.
Yes, we have one amendment standing in the name of Alexander Osahin Kwamina Afanyo Marking.
Speaker, let me start conversing before I move there. Amendment proposed against the background that this, I believe, is very critical. But let me go ahead. Speaker, I rise to move an amendment proposed by Alexander Kwamina Afanyo Marking, and Speaker, that is clause 26, and Speaker, it reads as follows. Add the following new subclause, which reads, the council shall within 90 days after the end of each financial year publish a statement of income and expenditure of the university on the university's official website and submit a copy to the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission and to Parliament. Speaker, I so move.
How different is it from clause 30? annual report and other reports. Honorable Jerry Ahmed, because this one is saying that the council shall within 30 days after the receipt of the audit report submit to the minister through the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission an annual report covering the activities and the operations of the university for the year to which the report relates. The annual report shall include the report on the Auditor General, any other information that may be required by the Minister in conformity with the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, or that may be relevant to enhance transparency and accountability. The Minister shall, within 30 days after the receipt of the annual report from the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, submit the report to Parliament with a statement that the Minister considers necessary. The Council shall submit to the Minister any other report which the Minister may require in writing.
Speaker, clause 30 is very comprehensive. It says that it did not capture the bit about the university's official website. Speaker, that is part of the accountability aspect being expanded. So there is nothing wrong. And Speaker, I agree with you.
Yes, because the report is coming to the representative of the people.
Yes,
so before coming to the representative of the people, it should be on the website.
No, Speaker, it did not say that. I'm only saying that as part of the recipients, the website should also be. Speaker, if it is coming to the representative of the people, and it is also published on the website, the official website of the university, it's still encouraging transparency and accountability. That is all. And that is why I agree with what is in clause 30. I'm only saying that there is also the need to add the other aspect, and especially in this technology.
I'll put a question.
Very well, Speaker.
I'm putting the question. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment standing in the name of Osahini Alexander Kwamina Afenyomakin say aye. Those against say no. Our members' amendment is not carried. We also have our members. I'll put a question on the entire clause 26. As many as are in favor of clause 26 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 26 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 27.
Borrowing powers.
Yes.
Speaker, I rise to move this amendment proposed by Osain Alexander Kwamina Afenyomakin. And Speaker, the amendment is to the effect of clause 20, to the effect making reference to clause 27. And it says, add the following new sub-clause. Speaker, I quote, the university shall not borrow an amount exceeding 1 million Ghana cedis or such other amount as Parliament may determine by resolution without prior approval of Parliament, unquote. Speaker, I so move.
So, Honorable Jerry, let's look at this. If you go to clause 1, it says that there is established by this act the University of Engineering and Agricultural Sciences as a body corporate for the performance of the functions of the university. The university may acquire and hold property, dispose of property, and enter into a contract or any other related transaction where there is a hindrance. So you have created a juristic person with a capacity to enter into a contract. So can we make a law to say that Jerry Ahmed cannot borrow beyond 1 million? Because you are creating a juristic person here.
Speaker,
secondly, all other investees do not have this particular limitation, except this investee that you are establishing by this law. So,
Speaker, I stand to be guided, but I've always thought that whether or not you're a juristic person, you can be guided. So, as part of the guidance, one of the things you are to do is not to take not to exceed taking a certain amount of money. And this is part of ensuring that there is value for money. And as we consider the bill today, one of the things that I would have thought that this is curing is to ensure that there is value for money.
Yes, being public institution, whatever they want to do, the office of the value for money will deal with them. But to say that they don't have the capacity to go beyond 1 million.
Yeah, this has to do with borrowing. And
a whole university that you are creating, it shouldn't go beyond 1 million.
Speaker,
well, I'll put a question.
Speaker, first of all, we are not saying that they cannot borrow. But we also know that people can borrow and use them for purposes that would not have been. Yes, you may have a lot of money and you'll be thinking that 1 million is small. But, Speaker, it's just to ensure some accountability and guidance. So that they may have some threshold.
University of Engineering and Agricultural Sciences. Very well. I will put a question on the amendment proposed by Osahin Alexander Komina Afanyumakins to clause 27 as in X. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The noes have it. The amendment is not carried. I will now put a question to entire clause 27. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 27 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 28.
Internal Audit Unit.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 28 standing part of the bill say aye. As many as are in favor of clause 28 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 28 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 29.
Accounts and Audit.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 29? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 29 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 29 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 30.
Annual report and other reports.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, it is for your consideration. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 30 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 31.
Exemption from taxes, duties and other charges.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, the committee proposes no amendment.
Very well. We have a proposed amendment standing in the name of Alexander Kwamina Afanyumakin.
Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity once again. Speaker, I rise to move an amendment proposed by Osain Alexander Kwamina Afanyumakin. And Speaker, it has to do with clause 31. And Speaker, it says that add the following new sub-clause. I quote the subclause, the university shall, in its annual report, disclose the estimated monetary value of all tax exemptions and waivers granted under subsection 1 in the preceding financial year. I so move, Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Jerry Ahmed, I know the difficulties that you are facing. This particular provision make reference to the Exemption Act of 2022, Act 1083. And it says that the university is exempt from the payment of taxes, duties, and other charges that the minister responsible for finance may in writing determine with the prior approval of Parliament in accordance with the Exemption Act 2022, Act 1083. So, if Parliament has approved a tax exemption for an institution within a period of 1 year, you still refer to that as an estimate by the rendition that you are proposing.
I think that is I would abandon. Oh, quiet.
I'll put a question on clause 31. As many as are in favor of clause 31 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 31 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 32.
Statutes of the University.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Members, we also have amendments standing in the name of Osahin Alexander Kwamina Panyumaki.
Speaker, thank you very much. I once again rise to move this amendment proposed by Osahin Alexander Kwamina Afenyomaki. Speaker, it is to the effect that we are considering clause 32 and to say that we add the following new subclause. The council shall, within 6 months of enacting or amending any statute of the university, lay a copy of the statute or amended statute before Parliament for information. I so move.
Honorable Jerry, very soon, probably we will propose an amendment that executive instruments should be laid before Parliament.
If it's so be, we may have to look at it.
Because this is not a subsidiary legislation by way of constitutional instrument or legislative instrument. This is a statute of the university, and the statute of university wouldn't have to come to Parliament under Article 11 of the Constitution or why? Honorable Chair, you have been in that field.
Mr. Speaker, what we are saying is it's just for information, but not for approval. For information, because the statute is what operationalize the act for the university. Like we have other agencies bringing to Parliament their legislative instrument for approval. With that one, we don't debate that one. So this one, for information, I believe it won't hurt.
So, how is
because
it going
we have
to be
passed
done?
the bill.
No, how is it going to be done? Pursuant to which law? Pursuant to this law. And are they coming to lay it? And they lay it, and that's the end? A document is laid before Parliament, and that's the end? How is Parliament going to be informed about this? I believe that we should draft this particular law in line with the existing universities. So, for instance, the University of Engineering and Agriculture Science would bring their statutes before Parliament, whilst all other universities in the country are not bringing their statute before Parliament. So won't that amount to even discrimination?
Mr. Speaker, I believe most of the amendments that we have seen in the recent renditions of University Act is due to changes that we have envisaged. So if we're able to make one change, subsequent one will to affect the subsequent acts that will be debated and acted on here in this chamber. So it looks like we are all immune to new proposals that are coming, which we believe it could be adopted in future acts for our universities.
Where you are coming from, you know there is some sort of autonomy when it comes to our universities.
Mr. Speaker, I believe in the academic freedom and not to in any way interfere with academic freedom. But also, I believe that we have passed this act as to how it's being operationalized. And I believe in the thinking of the proposal of the amendment, he's saying that even though we have passed this, we don't get to see how it's operational. And we know it's operationalized through the statute for the universities. Here is a case where we are having issues between GTech and some universities. So, Speaker, let's consider it, in my opinion.
So, a statute of university will vary from one university to another. They all don't have a general statute.
Mr. Speaker, the statutes vary. They don't have the same.
So, it means that the University of Agriculture and Engineering and Agriculture Sciences would bring their peculiar statute to university, to Parliament. And that statute is not a statute of general application to everybody in the country. It is peculiar to that particular university. Other universities will not bring the same thing. And we will say that we are making fair law as the representative of the people. Honourable members, let's look at it that way.
Yeah, it's okay to take a vote on it.
Very well. I'll put a question on the proposed amendment by Alexander Kwamina Afanyo-Markins. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I'll put a question on entire clause 32. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 32 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 33.
Convocation.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 33 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 33 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 34.
Matriculation.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 34? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 34 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 34 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 35.
Congregation.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised
It is for the
amendment.
consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendments? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question on clause 35. As many as are in favor of clause 35 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no.
The ayes have it. Clause 35 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 36.
Student governance.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 36? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 36 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 36 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 37.
Intellectual property.
Chairman of the committee.
There's no advertised.
Chairman of the committee.
There's no advertised amendment.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to clause 37? Yes?
Speaker, no.
Very well. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 37, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 37 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 38. Yes?
Speaker, it's 7 p.m. May I pray that we end consideration?
We actually have only two amendments. Only two proposed amendments.
Yes, but Speaker, they are in respect of 38 and 40.
Yes. So 38 to 40 is two clauses.
Charlie, I'm negotiating.
So we can end it here and leave the bill for second consideration.
That's so we end at.
Then we will not move the motion for third reading. We'll leave it for second consideration.
Okay, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Jerry Ahmed may move for Sahin Alexander coming after New Markings amendment in clause 38.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity again. Speaker, I rise to move an amendment proposed by Osayin Alexander Kwamina Afenyo Marking, and this is in reference to clause 38. And Speaker, to add the following new clause, subclause, Speaker, quote, no officer or authority of the university shall penalize, dismiss, or otherwise prejudice a member of the academic staff on account of views expressed in the course of academic work, teaching, research, or publication, and any such action shall be voidable at the instance of the affected person before the appeals board. Speaker, I so move.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, what the minority leader is seeking to offer or propose is already captured in clause 39, anti-discrimination. So if you read the whole clause of 39, what he's seeking to do here is already captured. So, Mr. Speaker, you should just abandon it.
Yes, Honorable Member, clause 39 is very elaborate. Or I should still put a question?
No, Speaker, not necessary. I mean, I was hoping you were going to read clause 39 because I do not have a copy of that. So that.
Okay, clause 39 reads, without limiting the power of the university to adopt affirmative action policies, the university or an officer of the university shall not discriminate against a person on the basis of race, ethnicity, origin, political opinion, color, gender, occupation, religion, or creed, disability, social or economic status of the person to determine whether the person is to be admitted as a student of the university, registered as a student of the university, permitted to graduate from the university, appointed as academic staff or other staff of the university, promoted as academic staff or any other staff of the university, or granted an advantage or a privilege or any other benefit accorded to other persons. For the purposes of this section, discrimination means to give different treatment to different persons, attributable only or mainly on the grounds stated in subclause 1. And B, officer of the university include a principal officer, a staff, an agent, a servant, or any other person performing or acting in an official capacity for and on behalf of the university. That is what clause 39 is talking about.
Yes, Speaker, that's well said, except that clause 39 talks about discrimination, but which obviously answers the question on prejudice, but did not consider, I don't know if you would see penalize or dismiss as part of discrimination. Because clause 39 wholly talks about discrimination, and it talks about the types of discrimination.
But here, you are not also talking about any punishment. You said on account of views expressed in the course of academic work. So if you express your view in the course of academic work and they are punishing you, don't you think this provision is prohibiting? Yes?
Mr. Speaker, this amendment proposed here is reinforcing academic freedom. And even though academic freedom is not an absolute freedom, here is separated from the discrimination clause that we have in 39, where this one is proposing further to the academic work that one may do, research work that one may do, which teaching that one may be working on in the academic environment. So, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, it's not the same as the provision that we have in clause 39.
Now, if you even go to 40, it's indicated clearly in circumstances of this nature that you envisage the procedures that are available. But if you insist, I'll put a question. I'm putting a question on clause 38, advertised amendment standing in the name of Osahin Alexander Kwamina Afenyo-Markins. Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. I'll put a question on the entire clause 38. The amendment is not carried. So I'll put a question on the entire clause 38. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 38 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 39.
Anti-discrimination.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to clause 39? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 39 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 39 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 40.
Dispute settlement.
Yes, Honorable Jerry Ahmed, we have a proposed amendment standing in the name of Osahin Alexander Kwamina Afenyo-Markins.
Speaker, that's correct. Speaker, the amendment proposed is as follows: to add the following new subclause. Quote, a decision of the appeals board shall be communicated to the parties in writing within 30 days of the conclusion of the hearing, and any party aggrieved by the decision of the appeals board may appeal to the High Court. I so move.
All members, it is for your consideration. Yes, yes, Doctor. Let me hear you first before.
Mr. Speaker, this is about academics, and I know that this will normally be contained in the university statutes. And so for us to be stipulating it in the act establishing the university, I don't think it's necessary. We will be going too much into it. We may recommend to them that they make this submission to the university so that when they are drafting their statutes, they can include it. That's if it's not there, but it should not be in the act. Thank you.
If you look at 47, it says that the council shall by statute prescribe the rules and procedure to govern the operation of the appeal board, the appointment and remuneration of the members of the appeal board, the functions of the chairperson of the appeal board, the establishment of the secretariat of the appeal board, and any other relevant matter. That's the conclusion of 47. But honorable member, if you insist, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by Osahin Alexander Kwamina Afenyo Markins to clause 40, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the amendment is not carried. Clause 41.
Interpretation.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, it is for your consideration any proposed amendment. In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question to clause 41. As many as are in favor, say aye. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 41 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 42.
Transitional provision.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 42, transitional provision being standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 42 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Members, the schedules is one schedule at page 27. So, any proposed amendment to the schedule?
Mr. Speaker, there is no proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. In the absence of any proposed amendment to the schedule, which are all in page 27, that's the official oath, part A, and then oath of secrecy, part B. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the schedule in part A and B is ordered to stand part of the bill. Long title.
An act to establish the University of Engineering and Agricultural Sciences and to provide for related matters.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to the long title? In the absence of any proposed amendment to the long title, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, this brings us to the end of the consideration stage of the University of Engineering and Agricultural Sciences Bill 2026. Yes, Honorable Ahmed.
You know, my colleague, the Majority Chief Whip, had earlier intimated that we've done the requisite hours, and because some of us have not been able to go and break our fast, and we've been sitting in this meeting. Speaker, I think that respectfully, this time we are doing Lent Rama. If you are not doing Lent, you are doing Ramadan.
I'm not fasting, but I'll follow you to go and break the fast.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, so respectfully, this would be the opportune time to respectfully call your attention to...
Honourable members, I think we spend more than 5 hours. So, adjournment of the House is entirely within my domain. Fortified by Order 56-2. The House is accordingly adjourned till Thursday, 19th March 2026 at 12 noon.